standing by.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Complete.
The multi-dimensional portal is open. Konnichigen is your superstar host, the multi-dimensional Hajigen Kaiden, a sentient star cluster brought into human-ish form for the worlds of VTubing, idling, Middle-earth, and more. But you already knew that. Happy Thursday, everyone. Happy Thursday, Silas, you superstar! Glad you could bring in the hype at the beginning of the stream. It's great to see you. I hope your Thursday is going well, everyone. Yes, today is an exciting time because we are finally starting the Yondershire. I have been looking forward to this, as Count Dooku said. Yesterday was a great episode of Obi-Wan Kenobi, by the way. I've already seen it. Don't worry, I'm not gonna say anything. Just, it's worth watching. It's worth watching. The entire series is worth watching. But that is another dimension. We need to go into the Middle-earth dimension right now, don't we? Yes, indeed. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna jump into it right now. But I hope everybody has been well. It feels like a Wednesday sort of for me today. Because, like, kind of because of the way I have the week structured. Oh, you broke your foot. I'm sorry to hear that, Silas. Speedy recovery to you. Speedy recovery to you, alright? A speedy recovery. And yeah, because of the way I had my week structured this time when it came to the live stream schedule, kind of feels like a Wednesday, but it is a Thursday. So tomorrow will be Friday, in which we'll have the first ever Final Fantasy Friday, and then the Fortnite collab. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We are just starting the stream today, and we're going to see the Yondershire for the first time. I probably have seen a little bit of that, but not too much from other people's streams. So yeah, that's worth mentioning. Yeah, without any further ado, let's jump right into it. There are some things I want to say about Machai, the character I will continue to use for this. So I actually went, like, I think on Monday and yesterday to farm a little bit of experience, to do a few quests, to farm a little bit of experience. I found out something very interesting about the main story quest that I think they changed now. Unless I did something wrong there or something, but it seems they have changed. They have incorporated elements of the regular ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕠𝕟 Great Barrow instance into the main story. So there's that, and yeah, there you saw it, the Yondershire. We are gonna head right into it. This is one of the few times I've ever. This is like literally no. Literally the only time I've ever checked out the newest area of LOTRO on the stream. While it's still the newest area, you know? Fate of Gundabad is not something I checked out, for example. Nor anything else because of my ambitions and my alcoholism that prevent me from going further in the game, so to speak. But yes, I went with Machai right there. She's level 18 right now, but I think she will be able to handle herself just fine in the Yondershire area. Why do I know this? Because yesterday I was doing a little bit of that Great Barrow stuff, and not the regular instance, but I mean the story version of that, which I think they have modified a little bit now. And there, I had to concentrate to fight, but I was able to make it. Just by myself, just by herself, Machai was able to stand against multiple level 20 enemies, level 20, level 21 or so. I had to kite a little bit with the final boss of the story instance, but we were able to make it. So if we were able to survive like that against those sorts of enemies, I think we will be able to do just fine in the Yondershire. Otherwise, I would have probably gone for a little bit longer to make it to level 19 at least. It helps that she's a warden. It helps that she's a tank class. So we're able to withstand a lot of punishment. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I'm not wrong about that. Otherwise, we'll have to do a little bit of grinding, but I really don't think so. I really don't think so. It's gonna be a little bit of a fun experience because of how challenging it can be. Perhaps similar to the experience people are receiving in the higher difficulty servers. How are the high difficulty servers, maniacs? I'm wondering about that. And ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕠𝕟𝕤, let's acquire those maps. Those maps are actually useful for other things for me. I haven't participated in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕠𝕟 in years. I'm sure I'm not alone in that, but yeah. Well, here we are then. No quests in here. I removed all the other quests from the quest tracker. In the main volume, I went all the way to the red mate part. So that was the conclusion of book 1 of volume 1 that I did. The next one goes into the Lone Lands, and I'm not going for that yet. Level 22, as you can see. I did a bunch of the Warden quests, and I also did all the deeds in the Shire. So I also finished that. What else were we doing? Oh, I didn't complete this quest. I should have completed that. No worries. And then I had some crafting stuff. So yeah, I did very well right there, I think. And now I left Magi right here. So we immediately begin into the Yondershire. So, without anything else to say about it, let's begin the story.
Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
If you are heading west, you may want to rest a while in Yondershire. The bounders there can be found patrolling the western edge of the Shire proper. Talk to Salga Greengrass in the village of No Bottle and Frothart Took in the hamlet of Tyfield. These bounders will give you a proper Yondershire welcome. I would be very glad to. Bounder shop. Oh yeah, happy Pride Month! I didn't have a stream yesterday, so yeah. Happy Pride Month if it's relevant to you. All the flags of all the colors of all the rainbows and stuff. I mean, technically not a single one of them is a rainbow. I think it's important, damn it, to say the distinction between the homosexual pride flag and the rainbow. It's a different story, but yeah. I'm sorry, I just love rainbows too much, and I want them to be used correctly as well. But I'm digressing here. I am not on horseback right now, or on boarback, or ponyback, I should say, but or boarback, goatback, ponyback, yeah. Anyway, I'm not using my mount right now because Magi has a very nice run speed boost, and I kind of want to take my time getting to the Yondershire. This is not an area I often see, funny enough. This area used to go to Ered Luin before he went to the Yondershire. You're proud to be pansexual and gender fluid? Actually, Silas, you should have some emotes. Well, everybody can use them, I mean, but there should be some emotes for that on Twitch right here, if you want to use them. Like, they have one of everything. But I can't remember. You may have to, like... If you haven't used them ever, you may have to, like, seek them a lot. Oh, yeah, look at this bad boy here. One of my favorite emotes from Pride. I mean, it goes beyond June for me. But, yeah. There's a bunch of them that I have. I think it was an event they did. I'm not entirely sure about that. Stream with Pride is what it's called right here. Because I have this extension called Frankerface C, which I recommend immensely. Not just because it makes you display, it lets you display some emotes from Better Twitch TV, and there you are. There you are. And Frankerface C itself, but also because it has a better way to browse through the emotes, all the single emotes that you have, which can be a lot, and also favorite emotes, which can be very helpful. There are so many. There are just so many. Like, also this one, cheers. Hey, cheers! Actually, let me drink some tea. Great timing there. If only I could learn how to color a drink rainbow or something like rainbow. How would you be able to do that? That's gotta involve some heavy alchemy or something. Yeah, there's all the flags. Hey, speaking of beautiful emotes. That's what I'm talking about, Silas. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, like I recommend Franker Face Z because it will allow you to favorite emotes. Yes, those are the follower emotes. Anybody who's a follower should be able to use them. If you want to use the others, you gotta subscribe or redeem particles, which are the channel points, but you may also take into account the fact that you will only have them for 24 hours, and it's only one per redemption.
Please, stay a moment.
Oh, this is related to the Yondershire. Because this is Bingo Boffin, so I'm wondering if it's about the ballad of Bingo Boffin. But okay. Well, hello there, Magi. This is a pleasant surprise. I am on my way to Yondershire to welcome my cousin Priska's daughter, Angelica, to her new home. She's not in her tweens anymore, you see, and has purchased a home in No Bottle. They grow up so fast, don't they? Priska and her other children are planning a housewarming party for Angelica, and I am certain you would be welcome as well. Some of Priska's brood made the trip a few days ago. They intended to find a suitable present to give their sister. Perhaps don't tell Priska I said that. She dislikes when I refer to her children as a brood. She broods on it, you know? Bingo chuckled to himself. I should remember to write that down. Anyway, if you're in a festive sort of mood, I'm supposed to meet up with my cousins in the center of Tyfield. It's to the northwest of here, in Yondershire. I'll see you there, Bingo. And here we are. We immediately just transition into the Yondershire smoothly like that. When you went to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕠𝕟𝕤 to the Shire and vice versa, you would have to go like through a transition. I forget what you call it. There's a very specific term for that, but you would go through a transition of sorts. Something suspicious is going on already. ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕠𝕟𝕤. ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠. Move along, nothing to see here. I should make meme emotes. I probably should. I like to think that some of the emotes I have are like that, but yeah, not quite like the ones you are showing there. It's a good point. I like those emotes. I like the style of Python Spire there. I like the look of that. But yeah, probably more meme-like emotes. In the future, they will come for sure. Yeah. I'm very fond of the animated emotes for that. I think they fit that very nicely. Yeah, Lothos Sackville Baggins up to no good. Believe me, I've been a mite busy lately keeping the bounce. I'm sorry to hear that, Silas. New deed sites of Yondershire. Very nice. We're definitely gonna do that deed. I already see some hostile targets on the minimap. Thieving Shrew. Aha. Level 21. Be careful with them. They are 3 levels above me, but I think I can handle them. Well, a new Shire now. I am so looking forward to this. This should be fun. This is where the fun begins. These are all pythons and emotes. Okay, that's a lot of emotes. I love that style with the face mask and the shades, or sunglasses if you will. But I am a sucker for that kind of style, as you may have seen from my Star Wars: The Old Republic Jedi Knight character. Welcome to No Bottle, one of the biggest settlements of Yondershire.
What do you need?
Welcome to Yondershire and welcome to No Bottle, friend.
Please, stay a moment.
Welcome to the village of No Bottle. I am Salgai Greengrass of the Yonder Watch. We here at No Bottle welcome both friends and strangers alike, despite what you may have been told. Farmers, brewers, writers, and all sorts of folk reside here in No Bottle, and we are proud of them all. We even have some guests at the moment, such as that Fredegar Bulger, a hobbit from away on whom I have been keeping my eye. Perhaps you can do the same? Well, Fatty Bulger. Hey. While you are here, I recommend exploring our lively village and seeing the sights, the village center, No Bottle Farm, and the Fox and Fiddle, the finest tavern in all of Yondershire. When you are done, feel free to make the journey to the village of Longcleave. Once there, you can meet Rosa, the newest reeve. She took over for her mother, you see, who was reeve before. Do not let me talk your ears off. Get the sightseeing. How very friendly. This doesn't look like it has the influence of Lothos Sackville Baggins at all. And let's place the village center is cozy and bustling. Let's set this as a milestone. Yes, let's effing go. I like the look of this already. I like the look of this too. Provisions. I thought it was ale actually at first, but that's okay. Actually, let's take a drink in celebration. One small beer. You see, Machai just likes to drink a lot. But not just alcohol. Not just alcohol. It's in her name, you see? Machai. Snack party. There you are. Did I have anything to sell or repair?
Can I help you find something, friend?
Yeah, I don't have anything really. Why would I have anything? Because I already did sell everything like right before I ended my little farming session there. We gotta find Fredegar Bolger, the Fox and Fiddle. Is this it? This looks like an inn. I wonder how similar this is gonna be to the Shire. I'm very curious. Many folk gather at this establishment. Wow, that is a lot of NPCs. NPCs that you mostly can't interact with. I like it. I like it. That is very crowded compared to the inns in the Shire. Fascinating. I would love to see somebody do a role-playing event here, but it could either be good or bad. Good because you have even more of a crowd. Bad because you already have too much of a crowd with the NPCs. Yeah, the thing about the inns in the Shire is that they all function so well because they give a lot of space for role players to do their thing. Of course, when there are not many players around, they kind of look like there aren't that many patrons around. Like, you appeared at the time in which there's not a lot of activity. But here, they took a different approach, and I like it because of that. Baby Kaiden Party? An emote, Baby Kaiden Party, but Baby Kaiden, how would that be though?
Could I take a moment of your time?
Why, hello there. I have not seen you before, which can only mean one thing. You do not live in the village. I knew it. I may spend most of my time right here in the Fox and Fiddle, but I have found that news has a way of collecting in taverns better than anywhere else. What brings you to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟? An adventurer, you say? Oh-ho! I am something of an adventurer myself. Well, I am a bounder, not an adventurer, but I'm a little bit skeptical of the things going on around here, so for now I'm going to say I'm an adventurer. I get the feeling bounders are not fully welcome. You simply must come back to my home. You can view my collection of books and regale me with tales of your most interesting and exciting adventures. Aha. ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟 and his Tales of Wonder. Oh, Arno Diggle, hello. Let's see if they have any unique drink in here, like the other places of the Shire. Frothy Pint of Ale. All Foxton, no bottle brew. Yes, they have their own unique drinks. Let's go. And the Old Foxton, a fine wine of the Yondershire. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Let's take a drink of the not... Wait. Oh, it's called Not Bottle Brew. It's a pun. I just realized that. The Village of No Bottles award-winning beer. In celebration of that, let me drink some tea here. Oh, tiny me dancing, we will call the mini me little superstar? I like the sound of that. I would have to really commission that though, Stylus. And I don't have the budget for commissions right now, but it's a great idea for the future. A little me dancing as an animated emote. Could be good. Could be good. I like the idea. It's so lively around here, look at it. Okay, ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟's home. Yeah, we're just gonna hang out here in the Yondershire at the moment. ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟's. Hubo, not Hugo, but Hubo. That's fascinating. Come in, make yourself at home while I finish preparing some tea for us. I would be very glad to have some tea. Books fill most of the rooms in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟's home. Peruse ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟's books. Oh yeah, here we are. Wow, he has a great home. The Wonders of Wellstones by ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟. This book seems to have been started some time ago, but it remains unfinished. Are all of them by him? Okay. A Bounder's Life for Me by Bandrobas Took. This book is an old chronicle of Bounder tales, apparently written by Bull Roarer himself. I like that. The Great Bull Roarer. The Perfect Sword, How to Tame Your Yard by Hamfast Gamgee. This old book appears to be a guide to gardening for beginners. High Stalks, The History of Pipeweed by ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟. This book would be a fine read for anyone looking to grow pipeweed. Out of the Bounds, Maps of the Shire proper and the Yondershire by ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟. This book contains many maps of the Shire with boundary markings and other annotations. By Fatty Bolter. There he is. I love the look of this library here. I'm a sucker for these kinds of libraries. If we didn't live in the digital age, nowadays I would have something like that. Tea's ready, let's go! Let's take a cup of tea, gladly. Great hospitality, Hugo. What a lovely looking teapot as well. Look at that.
Hello there.
Oh ho, you found my book. Yes, it's true. I'm writing a book about the history of the Wellstones. They are ruins found in Yondershire. Some call the ruins Barfaroth. Have you visited them?
Stay and have some tea.
I must confess something to you, friend. This feels silly of me to say to someone who has adventured far and wide, but I have never actually been to the Wellstones. I have been writing mainly about the accounts of others who have seen them. You see, I have not actually set one foot outside of No Bottle in my entire life. My mother took a trip to the Shire proper a few months before I was born, but I don't believe that counts. And so my book remains incomplete. I need more information. I need an eyewitness account. Can you go to the Wellstones and look for any relics you might find? I will also make use of any etchings you can provide. That will be most helpful. Remember, the ruins in question go by two names, so you're looking for either the Wellstones or Barfaroth. Barfaroth, eh? Very well, Hugo. Thank you so much for the tea. I will help you out with that. Let that be my repayment to your wonderful hospitality. He needs to travel a little bit. To think that somebody hasn't even gone into the actual Shire itself. That's a bit crazy to think about. But then, like, there were a lot of people in medieval times who never actually went past their own villages. So it's kind of similar in that way. We still have to find ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟 and to visit a No Bottle farm. Are you okay, Silas? My goodness. Be careful about that. The young hobbit speaks to a crowd of admirers. Ah, there he is. There he is. There's the great ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟. He probably is telling his tale of how he nearly got the Black Rider after him.
Could I take a moment of your time?
The young hobbit speaks to the small crowd that gathers around him. They say the bounders protect the bounds. Why is that? That is because everything within the bounds is our home. We are hobbits, are we not? We will decide where the bounds are and where the bounds are not. The young hobbit turns his attention to you. You there, you look like you could use some more convincing. Speak to these hobbits gathered around. They will tell you I speak only the truth. Something is fishy here.
Hello there.
ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟 is worried about Yondershire, and I believe him. We live a peaceful life, but lately I've seen more and more troublemakers about.
A lovely day, isn't it?
ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟 speaks the truth. I have seen a ruffian or two across the bounds of southern Yondershire. We have got to do something. Ah, you ruffians, you scoundrels.
Hello there.
He's such a good storyteller. I could listen to him talk about the bounds all day. Did you know the bounds of the Shire used to be different from the current bounds? I have seen the maps. Hubert Clayhanger has a book containing such maps in his collection. Now, what was the name of that author? It was someone familiar, but I can't remember why. Actually, I already forgot the author's name. Was it the Great Took, by any chance?
How do you do?
I don't have proof, but I think some of the stone walls that mark the old bounds are being moved. One day the old wall was intact and the next, why, it was missing a stone or two. Someone is up to something. Indeed, this is a worrying situation, ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠, and as a bounder of the Shire, I must see what I can do about it.
Hello there.
Now that you have spoken to these fine hobbits, you must see that I speak the truth. My name is ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠, and I have but one concern. The state of the bounds. There has been something upsetting going on in the Shire. I can't say any more than that, but you will have to take my word for it. There are frightening folk about and... ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕠𝕠 shivers. The less said of that, the better. But I have also seen a number of ruffians moving about, and we can surely do something about them. Can I ask you to persuade some ruffians to turn tail and return to their homes outside the Shire? I know they have taken up residence in the ruins of Oslagorad to the north, but you may also find them prowling about elsewhere in the Yondershire. Well, here comes the action at last. But before that... Oh, don't tell me they also have a post office quest? Oh, if they have a post office quest line, I'm gonna leave that for later. Because I'm not gonna have the levels to survive all over the Yondershire right now. Yes, they do! I think they have their own post office thing. Haha, the quick post in the Yondershire. But first, let's take a look. Hello there. Do you have any letters or parcels to drop off? The quick post is at your service.
Might I have a word with you?
Oh, hello. If you have a complaint to file against the quick post, I do ask that you submit it in writing and deliver it to my assistant ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕠. We are aware of a number of issues involving delayed or lost mail that some hobbies have reported over the past few weeks. Rest assured, the quick post will get to the bottom of it. With that out of the way, who are you? How can I help you today? You introduce yourself to Postman Grubb and ask what's happening in the quick post. Pleased to meet you, Machai. I'm Walter Grubb, and I've been a postman going on 12 years. I say it's my calling if you believe in such things. As for what's going on with the quick post, I wish I could tell you. Like I said, the mail's been turning up late or not at all, and the folk in Yondershire aren't too happy about it. I don't know if the postmaster's been trying something new or altering routes, but I don't think that's it. Postman Grubb looks around and lowers his voice. Between you and me, I think someone's been tampering with the mail. If you're of a mind to help me sort this out, meet me inside the quick post. I want to see what the others are.
Please, stay a moment.
Oh, this one is different. You have to avoid the Chiefs bounders, Lotos bounders, and nosy hobbits. It's like a higher difficulty version now of the quick post quest in the regular Shire. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna do them. But I think in this case, we're gonna do the opposite of the way we did it in the Shire. This time we're gonna do it last, after all the other quests. Hello there, if you're looking for the postman, he's in the back. The quick post is strewn with undelivered letters and parcels. Let me check something very quickly here. I'm gonna modify one of my chat windows quickly to see what I can put in there. Okay. I should be walking for this. Postman Grubb. Look, listen to the hearty background music and background noises. Even though there's only like 2 people here, it sounds like there's a dozen or so doing their thing. I like the background music. I like the liveliness of it.
Is there something I can do for you?
Give me a second here. We're about to have an ad break. While we're doing that, let me just serve myself some tea and drink it before it gets too cold. I must apologize for the mess, Machai. You see, actually, I'm gonna read this when we come back from the 90 seconds. Yeah, the tea is at a very good point right now. It's at a very good temperature. Actually, it's a little bit too hot. So we'll get back to this later. But yeah, in the meantime, let me open the silver present here. Basic supplies, virtue XP. We'll just get that. We have copper scraps, that will be good. Oh yeah, let's check our loot here. Traveler's steel-bound loot box, eh? Dwarf leather jacket of fleetness. Might be good, might be good. Iron armband of might. Might be good when I finally get to the right level for that. What a mess the inventory is though. What about this? Anniversary small carry-all selection box. I think I still had to decide who I was going to send that to. I should send it to Bolston, I think. The more I think about it, the more I'm thinking it's a good idea to send it to him. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's take some food also. We're not doing any fighting right now, but might as well just do it. I can always just make more, it's so easy. It's so easy. It takes a little bit of time because I switch between 2 characters to do it, but still, it works out. Journal of ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟𝕤. Oh, okay, let's collect that. And page 7 added to the Journal of ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟𝕤. 15, 28, 16. We already got 16, 28. Did we get 16? I cannot take that? Okay. We already have page 16. Okay. So it's not gonna let me take it if I already have it. Hello, T! Hold on, we just came back from the ad break, so in case you didn't hear that, hello, T! How's it going? How's your Thursday going? Yes, I'm drinking some Ceylon Black right now. It's hitting me really well today. And we're having a good time here, looking into things in the Yondershire. Yeah, there's nothing else I'm gonna pick up, although I could pick up some stuff for tasks, actually. But... oh no, wait, no, this is not... no, this is not from the Yondershire. This is from the Great Barrow, I just remembered. Enjoying a cup of tea too? Nice! What kind of tea are you drinking, tea? You gotta tell me! I must apologize for the mess, Machai. You see, we're a bit backed up here in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒 with letters and parcels due to be delivered to the ℂ𝕂𝕠𝕟𝕤. Most folks down in ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟𝕤, Hobbiton and the like just call it the Shire, but it seems a bit odd to me. But I digress. I like it, the ℂ𝕂𝕠𝕟𝕤. From the ℂ𝕂𝕠𝕟𝕤 to the Yondershire. We had a few postmen come up from the ℂ𝕂𝕠𝕟𝕤 with small deliveries, but none of them are taking as much as they ought to deliver back to the rest of the Shire. It's almost like they're trying to slow the whole thing down. For goodness sake, we had a parcel due for stock sitting here for over a month. Ebo received a delivery from the quick post of Waymid this morning, and as usual, it was very light. Unfortunately, after I inspected the letters and parcels, I only became more suspicious that someone's been deliberately tampering with the mail. Why don't you head up front and take a look at them, Machai? I'm curious to know what you make of their condition. Sure thing, postman. Sure thing. M and S? M and ST? What is that? I'm trying to think what it could stand for. M and S? Marks and Spencer. Ah, okay. Okay. I wasn't thinking of a brand there. I was thinking of like ingredients, like chamomile and lavender. But let's see what we got here. This parcel appears to have been marked with a curious symbol in ink. Oh yeah, LOTRO up to no good. It appears this envelope was unsealed and hastily resealed with some kind of sap. You have freaking math homework? Take it easy, Silas. This parcel is unsealed and its lid sits loosely atop it. Yeah, I know. The shop name. But what type of tea is it, if you know? You know, I like finding out about these things. Although this letter shows no signs of tampering, it is wrinkled and stained by tea. Ah! Well, what a coincidence! What a coincidence! It appears this envelope was unsealed and resealed with wax of a different color. And what do we have here with this parcel? This parcel's knot appears to be hastily tied and it bears a curious symbol in ink. Is that symbol that is very suspicious?
Just a moment.
What do you think, Machai? What do you make of those letters and parcels? Are my concerns ill-founded? You tell Postman Grub that unless many hobbits have coincidentally forgotten to add postscripts until after sealing their letters, you must conclude that there are obvious signs of tampering on all of the recent deliveries at the quick post in ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟𝕤. I knew it!
Please, stay a moment.
I knew it, Machai. If Postmaster Prattfoot had caught wind of this, he'd have already put a stop to it. After all the work he's put in to maintain the good reputation of the quick post, there's no chance he let some sort of conspiracy drag it into the mud. I have to inform the postmaster at once. Postman Grub takes out a blank piece of parchment and inks a quill. He begins writing, periodically glancing into his ledger. Now, Machai, I hope you don't mind, but I need to ask you to deliver this to Postmaster Prattfoot in ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟𝕤. In case something should happen to this letter, commit it to your memory that ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟 has received 33 pieces of mail from the ℂ𝕂𝕠𝕟𝕤 in the past month. The postmaster will have his own records on hand, and I would urge him to compare them against my own. Postman Grub finishes writing, seals the letter, and hands it to you. I'm counting on you, Machai. There is something afoot in the Shire. Though I have to go back to ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟𝕤 in the ℂ𝕂𝕠𝕟𝕤, as it gets called now. Actually, let me change the stream title to that. Yonder and Hither. There we go. Hopefully it was able to change the stream title for that. But yeah, I used to have the milestone for Hobbiton, so I would be closer to that. Now things are gonna change though. I'm gonna have to take a stable master, or go somewhere else, like, you know, from the Hobnanigans map, and from there go to ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟𝕤, if possible. Actually, I may be able to go to my home and from there exit. Because I have a hobbit home, if I'm not mistaken. It's just regular tea. It just says extra strong tea bags on the box, but I love it because the tea bags are foil sealed, so they keep their flavor. Ah, foil sealed tea bags. Let me see what that looks like. I mean, you say regular tea, but what does that mean still, right? Like, it could be black, it could be white, it could be green. I guess the tea that gets mass-produced the most is black. So maybe it's that one? It might say it somewhere on the package, but that's alright tea. I'm taking a look at them though. I like the look of those tea bags actually. They don't look like tea bags to me, they look like bags for something else. They look like bags for trading cards for some reason. For me. I see. Oh, it's black tea, you add milk to it? Okay. It's probably going to be Ceylon or Assam or, again, one of those mass-produced teas that are there a lot. Especially if they go well with milk. Assam is probably the one. In Chinese, black tea is called red tea. Oh, yeah, that's for sure. Pu'er is the one that gets called red tea a lot in English. And rooibos also gets called red tea, but it's technically not a tea. Of course, I prefer to call pu'er by the name pu'er. For those reasons and more.
Hello there.
Yeah. Black tea, I still remember, first originated because they were being demanded. Was it China? Yeah, I think they had trade going on with. It was either England or the Netherlands. And they were so fed up with the way they were being so rude to them or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was something like that. That they just burned the leaves. They didn't just outright burn them, but they did like almost burning them. And the result was black tea. But joke was on them because the English or the Dutch, whoever it was, actually ended up loving them. But joke was also on the English or the Dutch because that worked out for the Chinese traders, the Chinese farmers that were doing it. Because then they can leave the actual good quality tea, quote unquote, for themselves and just trade the black tea. Eventually, you know, the truth went out. Now we know how it really is. It's a different story, but yeah. Unfortunately, I do not have the travel to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒. I'm going to need to use mithril coins for that or be VIP. So what I'm going to do right now is to travel to the personal house, which is in 3 Brookbank Street, Starshot. Listen to that, Starshot, in the Shire homesteads. I will exit the neighborhood. And from there, I should have a stable master, I think, to be able to reach ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕒𝕒. This is going to make me reach closer to that. Yeah, it went something like that. I think. Actually, I should probably look up YouTube to see if there's a documentary about that. That would be great to see. I've been going back to watching some documentaries, y'all, on YouTube. Of that channel I recommended before, which is Timeline World History Documentaries. I watched a 4-part series about the Stuart Dynasty in England. And yes, there ended up being a brief connection to tea right there, because I believe he was the wife of James... Who was it? James the... No, it was Charles the First or Charles the Second that introduced the tradition of tea drinking to England from Portugal. So maybe I got some details of that story wrong, as I said, but still, it went something like that. That they didn't actually trade their actual precious tea there, and they gave them a rough version of it. I think it's a similar story to the origin of potato chips, that they had a patron, I think it was a diner or I don't know what kind of place, where there was a patron that was being very, very rude, very much a jerk, demanding they keep redoing the fries they were being given, the potato fries or whatever it is that they were given, that the cooks were so fed up that they just went and nearly burnt the chips. And that was the origin of potato chips, and the patron actually ended up liking it. So that's the way it happened. How the British stole all the tea in China? It probably is related to that. Welcome back, Silas. I hope everything is okay. Right, so the ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕒𝕒𝕒 housing broker. I thought for sure we would have a stable master around here. But if we don't, we are actually just very close to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕚𝕠𝕟𝕤, so it works out like that. We can just make our way to it like this. I thought they stole all the tea in China, but what they meant was they stole all the different types of tea in China. Yeah, it was probably because of something like that then, that China was just very angry with them. And they gave them that black tea. Or the English or England found out that, well, I should say Great Britain at this point, that they were giving a bogus version of tea. Not that bogus because it's actually good. And they started to steal the tea. I don't know, honestly. The tradition of tea drinking that originates in Europe, whether it's Portugal or England, I need to read more about that. It's very different from the way tea is drunk in China at the end of the day. So even if they end up stealing all the tea, they end up having a very different tradition from that. The traditional kind of tea drinking that you think of from England and many parts of Europe like Russia and Portugal, places like that, it's very different. Like the whole 1 liter teapot, it's the way I'm drinking it right now, by the way. Using milk, using sugar, honey, maybe something else, I don't know. It's completely different than the way it's done in China. China has the Gong Fu method that I talked about so much and that we saw the other day on the tea watching video. On the tea video watching stream. That's what I meant to say, sorry. And that uses a lot more leaf, less amount of a smaller container, and it's in shorter bursts. But it's more intense in a good way. And well, I think it brings out the best potential of tea. It's the best way to drink tea, but certain types of teas are actually better with the Western style. The European style, if you will. I prefer to call it Western style. And yeah, that one, because some teas are like more mass-produced, which, well, yeah, it's not incorrect to say this, they are lower quality. Not bad quality, just lower quality, right? Than like the regular ones. So if you drink them in the Gong Fu style, you're not really gonna get much out of it. Like for example, the Ceylon Black I'm drinking right now. As I said, I need to read more about that. Maybe watch videos about that. Since I'm such a tea maniac, right? I might as well start educating myself about that. And yes, Ceylon Black, for example. Listen to the name of the tea I'm drinking right now. Ceylon. What is Ceylon right now? It's Sri Lanka. And let me just quickly go to Wikipedia here then. And see what Sri Lanka used to be before it was Ceylon. And sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name of the country, by the way. Like, there's the Siamese heritage right there, I think, but I don't know entirely what it is. Let me just take a quick glance at the history. Prehistoric names of Sri Lanka. Lanka, Elam, Ceylon. Okay, Serendip, Taprobana, Tandraparni, Helavima. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing anything again. Okay. Well, it's one of those places where they mass-produce tea. Nowadays, if you really want to have high-quality tea, you either gotta get it from China or Japan. Like, there's no compromise. But you may still have something good out of the other places, just not as good as like a Lapsang Souchong, a Silver Needle White, a Pu'er, the best quality oolongs, and of course the unique matcha that is like a very Japanese thing. Korea has its own things too. I have a Korean matcha, ceremonial matcha that is actually very good. And there's more that are also very good from Taiwan, from Hong Kong, from Sri Lanka, from India as well. And I'm not talking about like a chai. A chai is when you mix in other spices with it. No, I mean just pure tea as it is, right? Assam is the one that is used the most in India, and that's why I was thinking it's probably the one that you have tea. Like, Assam is the one that is mixed with milk the most because it's used for chai a lot. Hong Kong milk tea as well, right? Milk is an essential part of chai. of masala chai. And all the other spices, what is it? Cloves, cinnamon, I think, turmeric, I think. I don't remember all of them. Cardamom, yeah. Tea from all over the world. Russia also has its own kind of tea, and I've tasted some of it. It's really good. I think it was a golden leaf tea. That's what the brand was called, at least, or the type of tea they were doing, and it was so good. Like, Russia has its own tea ceremony as well, its own tea culture as well. As I mentioned it for that reason, and it's no surprise that they grow their own. Georgia as well, and that is Georgia, the European country. They also have their own tea that they grow. Man, look at the little intermission we did from LOTRO talking about tea right there. You're gonna get me to talk about tea. You're gonna get me to talk about it. If you've been here before, you know how it is, and if you don't, welcome to the multidimensional tea house. Hit that follow button and check out all my social media. Maybe I should start making tea videos or something. I don't know what they could be about, though.
Well, the gall of some folk.
I mean, we are in the Shire. We are hobbits right now. So it makes sense to be very passionate about tea. What would be the history of tea in Middle-earth? I'm very curious about that. I'm guessing the Shire is the equivalent of China, in that the highest quality and the oldest tea in the planet is grown, right? Probably. Like, they probably grow them in Breland as well, and they gotta be good quality, but not as good as the Shire tea. Much like the pipe wheat, perhaps. Oh, yeah. Hobbits have 2 breakfasts a day, yeah. Hello there, what's this now? You hand Postman Grub's letter to Postmaster Proudfoot. He unseals it, begins reading, and after a long moment his eyes widen. Well, I don't like the sound of this at all. To my knowledge, the quick post has not altered our service to No Bottle, or Yondershire for that matter, and we certainly would not make a habit of failing to make deliveries entirely. To his credit, Walton has provided a detailed record of the comings and goings at the quick post in No Bottle. One of my associates, Onyx Nethercott, has taken to maintaining the ledger, and I assure you, our records are current and accurate. A careful comparison between Walter's records and the ledger should tell us everything we need to know. You'll find Onyx behind the counter inside the quick post. Tell her to bring out the ledger and see if everything is in accord. Sorry. Maybe I'm trying to read too fast, I don't know. Behind the counter, Onyx Nethercott dutifully prepares satchels for the quick post.
Is there something I can do for you?
Oh, hello. What brings you to the quick post today? You introduce yourself and tell Onyx that Postmaster Proudfoot has asked to see the ledger to compare to Postman Grub's records. Oh dear me, has some sort of mistake been made? Just a moment. Onyx leans down. I love her name, Onyx. Is that gemstone culture? Is that culture giving gemstone names to hobbits in the Shire, to female hobbits sometimes? Remember when we were creating this character? We were considering a lot of gemstone names. We never went for any of them though. But I wanted to give this character the last name of Sterling in that same token, right? But I wonder if Machai Sterling rings as well. I could do it. I'm already past level 15. And there's actually a notary right outside this door, I think. Here in this area in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟𝕤. Maybe I will do that. Onyx leans down, produces a heavy ledger from under the counter, and examines its spine. After a moment, Onyx sets it down on the counter with a muffled thought. Here you go, Machai. Take all the time you need. Uh-oh. Look at that thick thing. Take all the time I need. Oh my goodness. Alright. Carefully reviewing ledger. Let's say this took like an hour or 2. Maybe more. An entire live stream worth of time right there. According to the ledger, 58 letters and parcels were bound for the Yondershire in the past month. 58 and only 33 made it, if I'm not mistaken.
Just a moment.
A discrepancy! I can't believe such a thing happened on my watch! Onyx pauses for a moment and composes herself. 58 pieces of mail sent out, but only 33 actually making it to the Yondershire. That just doesn't make any sense. And besides, no one's ever lost that much on their routes. Not since there are the days of Ned Harfoot. Here, Machai, show the ledger to the postmaster and see what he makes of it. If there's trouble with the quick post, it's not happening here in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟. There's shenanigans happening over at the Yondershire. This is no doubt the work of that scoundrel, Lothal Sackville Baggins, eh?
Can't a body be left alone?
Ah, you brought the ledger. Were you able to find what we were looking for? You tell Postmaster Proudfoot that you found clear discrepancies between the records of ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟 and ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟. He shakes his head solemnly. I have to thank Miss Nethercott for keeping such neat records. To be quite honest, that has never been a strength of mine. If it's all the same to you, I'd still like to examine it myself. You hand the ledger to Postmaster Proudfoot. He leaves through it, pausing in a few places and tracing along the page with his finger. After a short while, he snaps the ledger shut. It's as you said, Machai, a discrepancy of 25 pieces of mail.
Could I take a moment of your time?
If the evidence of tampering that Postman Grubb discovered wasn't bad enough, we now know for certain that someone is interfering with the quick post. However, if these would-be conspirators don't know that they've been found out, we can use that to our advantage. Firstly, we must safeguard the mail due to be delivered to Yondershire. After Onyx and the others sorted here in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟, it is sent to Waymeet for any final preparations and then carried along the usual route to ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟. Postman Twofoot oversees the quick post at Waymeet. You'll need to speak with him and ensure that any mail for Yondershire is returned to my care here in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟. Until this issue is sorted out, I don't want to take any chances. Next, I'd like to conduct a test of the route to ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟. Something is going wrong between Waymeet and ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟, and I want to know what it is, but I'd rather not risk someone's mail for the test. With a look of sudden inspiration on his face, Postmaster Proudfoot produces a piece of parchment from his pocket. He begins scrawling a lengthy letter, and after a long moment, he seals the letter and crumples it gently in his hands. Here, Machai, I've written an exhaustive account of the weather over the course of the past week, and a ranking of my favorite pies in the Shire. Perfectly innocent, I would think. I've not signed it, of course. I don't want them knowing I've found them out if something goes awry. When you arrive at Waymeet, ask Postman Twofoot to provide you a satchel. You run the route to ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟 yourself, and if you meet with any resistance along the way, return to me at once. Hurry now, Machai. The quick post is depending on you. If there's interference happening with the deliveries, wouldn't they realize that there's hobbits missing? You know, the mail carriers themselves. Those people would be missing. Or, yeah, they would be in prison, they would be dead, or if they're not missing, they would have reported they've been attacked already. What's going on? Or possibly one of the deliverers themselves is associated with the Sackville Baggins, the Lothal Bounders. That's what I should say. There's blood on your hands, Silas? Are you okay? Well, we're gonna have a lot of blood on our hands if we take care of some of these scoundrels. But that's the job of a bounder right there. So we must travel to Waymeet now. I was wondering if they were going to do this like, oh yes, here's the notary. I think we're gonna have the last name Sterling to see what that looks like. Yes. Machai Sterling. Well, I think I am now Machai Sterling, Spearman of the March. That's it, I've done it. This is literally the first character that I've done that has a last name. The first time I've ever given a last name to a character, not the last time, potentially. Not the last time, and I like it. I like it. Machai Sterling. Maybe I'll get used to it. You know, the name Alterborn, when I first came up with that name, it felt so weird to me. To tell you a brief story of the origin of that name, I used the name Alternative a lot. It's a name I started using ever since, 2008, when I was playing this game called Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. To put a long story short, I had to change my name from a name I had there, and you know what I said on my mind was that I must choose an alternative name. I'm going to just call myself Alternative. It was based on two reasons. One is because of what I said right there, like, okay, alternative name, I'm just gonna call myself Alternative. And second was, it was a sort of reference about Alternative, which is a character in a sort of Kamen Rider in Kamen Rider Ryuki. It's a writer, but at the same time, it's not a writer. You know, it makes sense in the context of the show. But I always loved the suit, and I love the concept of Alternative in Kamen Rider Ryuki. So it seemed like a great name. So I called myself Alternative when I was there in Jedi Academy, and I started adopting that in other places online as an alternative name, pun intended. But Alternative wouldn't really fit as a name in Middle-earth, so I changed that to have the last part be born, like a lot of names do in Middle-earth, like Celeborn, right? Alterborn. And it sounded so weird to me at first. So weird to me. So we went and used that name, and it sounded weird to me that way. So maybe I'll get used to Machai Sterling. Silas, yes, I would use a trigger warning for that. I would rather you don't share those sorts of pictures. Maybe I should put a warning not to have NSFW stuff. I guess this could apply as NSFW. It doesn't look that bad, but Silas, I would prefer if you didn't post something like that in Discord. Would you please do me the favor of deleting the message? Just so we don't have it. It's nice you can give 2 names to a character though. I wish it were the same in Arch-H. Really? How do you pronounce it? I keep getting it wrong all the time. Arch-H, Arch-H. A bloody nose that drip on your hands. Again, I'm sorry to hear that, Silas, but yeah, don't worry about it, Silas. I know you never mean any ill intent, but I'd rather we don't have that. Arch-H. Okay, got it. Oh my god, another MMO to put on the list of things I want to play. There's this great streamer that I've seen for a long time now. He's been streaming for a lot of years here on Twitch. Lovely fellow. No, I can shout him out, Dog God Game. I highly recommend Dog God Game for great MMO gameplay of all sorts. He's an extremely funny and hype person. A great inspiration for me. And he used to play years ago Arch-H a lot in PvP. I'm not into PvP a lot, but it was always entertaining to see him play it. This arena mode where it was one-on-one. He made it look like so much fun, like I actually wanted to play it. Even though I'm usually not interested in PvP. Hello there!
Explosion!
What is that message?
Traps forever.
Orc traps forever. Oh, you will never let that go, Mr. Sparkle, you absolute maniac. Well. We have a returning supernova. Mr. Sparkle Fart, you absolute maniac. My Emerald Star Guardian, you've heard this before, but of course I'm going to say it again. Wherever you may go now, whether it's the Yonder, the Shire, No Bottle, Tatooine, Dayu, what was the name of that planet in Obi-Wan Kenobi? Anyway, Dayu, Coruscant, Normandy, Italy, Russia, Portugal, Mexico, Poland, Tamriel, Vanadiel, Eorzea, wherever you may go. You know, Mondstadt maybe. Wherever you may go now, you are an even brighter presence than you already were as a superstar, as you have exploded now into a supernova. Sparkle, my dear fellow, thank you always for your wonderful support. It's great to see you back along the Supernova squad. Welcome back. I hope your Thursday is going well. Let me remove the reverb now. Supernova. Explosion. Great to see you. Yeah, I hope your Thursday is going well. I'm glad you could make it to the stream. I know you don't usually make it to these times of the stream. Ever since we changed a while ago to this schedule, right? You're not into PvP either and only seldom do PvE, though you did a little today. You mostly farm and collect things. Is Arch-H a game that, like, rewards you for any sort of gameplay that you do? It's always great when you can have a game like that. That's what a theme park MMO is to me. I think when people say theme park MMO, they mean something entirely different than that. But this is what a theme park MMO is to me, you know? One in which you can just do whatever you want and jump from one activity to the other. Like, hey, today I feel like going into roller coasters. That's what I'm gonna do, but all right, now I feel like I want to relax. I'm gonna go into this virtual reality ride, right? You can earn in-game gold. That sounds great. Arch-H sounds like a really fun game. Now, we're gonna have an ad break right now. So I'm gonna take an AFK break to take care of some things, as I usually do during these times. But I will leave you with the Twitch clips and all that. Again, thank you so much, Sparkle, for the sub. And thank you everyone for being here with me today. As always, stay connected to the multidimensional portal. I will be back. Where's my screen? Here we are. See you soon. Sandaizu no Kogeki. Now Henshin Mask Change. And that's gonna be the end of the duel. There are some beautiful one-turn kills from this deck sometimes. It's just the best. I activate the effect of Elemental Hero on its Neos to increase the attack of Kamikaze by 2500. The attack is now 5600. Hissatsuwaza Rider Kick! Kamen Rider Kamikaze Rider Kick. Warewari no shori da. Oh, that is wonderful. That is wonderful. That's why I love the mask heroes, because I get to say that their finisher moves are Rider Kick. Bumper. It's one of those baby. He called you a baby back bitch with this shirt. Are you able to sit? There you go. There you go. Now it is a full party, as my friend deserves. More visitors. It was a party of 4 for my birthday. We need to make it a party of 4 for Tom as well. Oh yes. He called you a baby back bitch. In this game, like, it's so beautiful to see. Now there you are, Bacon. There you are, brother. You came at a good time. As we're coming back from a 90-second ad break. Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. I just love that ability so much. Let's use it again. Let's use it again. So much fun. A lot of the interactions I've had in these video games, sometimes interactions in the stream as well, and you know, because I have so many, I do so much, I play so much, I stream so much, etc, etc, and that's a good thing that I do that so much. But when you do a lot, you can forget things, right? So the fact that I'm remembering this is a good thing, but it also amazes me. It must have stuck with me. Also in the way that... Okay, we can do that. And you take that grenade. Did you see that? Let's go, let's go. I love explosions like that. I'm sorry, I just love the grenades like that. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, yes. Yes. No, it's not just the fact that they exploded. Well, they did. Hello.
Good currywurst in
It's
any
me,
other city
Mario.
of Berlin?
There are no Mario friends here. Let's go.
Moving ahead. My life belongs to the other side. Behind the crib.
Oh man. At the end of your life, oh my gosh. Like you trip, everything goes gray, like the last thing you see goes still and gray. You see the credits play and you hear that. That's kind of cursed actually. Oh man. I think there is a way. Doesn't seem like there is. Oh, I love blowing people up like that. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's what I'm talking about. It's important. It's important to see if you can interact with the environment in this game. Then the last stream and then this one. I'm not entirely sure though. Let's do a treasure hunt though. That's my Kaiden. I knew you'd be down to do something weird like this. What's that supposed to mean? What the hell is that supposed to mean, Raymond? I'll take that as a compliment. Oh man. Raymond really does know me. Ever have an Oshi in Niji Sanji? That's who that is. My Oshi. My Oshi Niji Sanji is Pomerain Puff. I love her so much. She's the best. She's the best. All the PP energy. We had tiny PP energy. I mean, I think in LOTRO you would be able to say PP. PP energy because it's power points there, right? It's not mana, it's power. And yeah, in Pokemon, that's another one. Yeah. And it always says PP, right? I wonder how many streamers are playing Pokemon and reading that aloud. Either intentionally or ironically, I don't know. Yeah. Oh no. Remember, you can add to the quote list. Oh my goodness, what am I doing to myself? What am I doing? Don't clip this. Don't clip this. No. Don't make a quote. Don't clip this. The PP has invaded LOTRO. Oh my goodness. What have I... Instead of buffing everyone up individually, everyone gets buffed immediately. And there you go, the killing blow. Ah, that's what I'm talking about. Hold on. I'm actually just going to wait for the cooldown so I can do that at once. Just killing all the scavengers like that. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Ah, you know I love my AoE skills like that.
Guys, Set is filth. Bloodthirsty, ruthless filth. And he's a war criminal. His ships have been screwing up Republic supply routes for years. Countless people have died because of him. He took out my brother's battlecruiser. Killed thousands more. The Republic should be planting his head on a stake, not offering him protection.
Okay, that was actually kind of funny. Did you hear that notification sound? That's the... Oh, great. We disconnected a bit, but... Did you hear that notification sound? It kind of sounded like a censor. Like he was saying a bad word there, and he got censored. That's so funny the way that works out. And we only aggroed one bear. That's funny. I thought both of them were going to come after me. All right. Let's go for this next one. Bear versus bear. You're just gonna have to bear with me for a moment as I load my attack. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Oh man. I can already do a video with what I'm doing right now, but I think they may be better if I get more of a following. Otherwise, people are not gonna care for this random to just stare. To just stare at you. That was the stare clip. We didn't get to that part though. I can stare at you anytime though. You just have to do the redemption. Hee hee. Well, welcome back. Let's continue immediately into the Yondershire.
Good day.
Back into the Yondershire, I mean. And yes, it doesn't even give me travel routes for it. Oh, okay. Never mind. It counts it as part of the Shire, not its own region. That being said, I don't really have a road towards it. The best thing to do right now is to go to Hobbiton. Wait a minute. I have the milestone. I just realized. We get the milestone for that I recently synchronized. So let's get back immediately. They're saying to travel to Waymeet. Hold on. Where was Waymeet? So we go to the Yondershire here. Waymeet. Yeah, because Waymeet is not in the Yondershire itself. It's over here. So let's just take a stable master. I mean, a regular mount, not a stable master. The stable master to Hobbiton would have given me that route, probably. But okay, let's go over there. Hello, fellow bounders. Look at this! Bounders token collector. What was this about? I don't remember this. This little area here. Huh. Interesting. Bounders Bounty, Dwaro Delve. These are high scores. High scores of all the servers and stuff. And some of those are servers that are no longer around, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I keep taking this area for granted. Just ignoring all those purple stones, but that's what they are, right? The highest scores. I don't know what they're based on. If anybody can remind me what that little area there is about, just let me know. But yeah, T, if you're still there, that's a fun conversation to have. Since I can't really play all these MMOs, I'm always more than interested in hearing what the other MMORPG games are like. Really, not just MMOs, but it's one of the genres I'm obsessed with the most, and that I stream the most. So anything Arcade has to offer, I'm always curious about it. Since, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be playing it anytime soon. Maybe I should make like a list. Really sit down and make a list. Oh, Weymouth is bustling with visitors from outside the Shire, including some surly-looking ruffians. Surly-looking ruffians. I don't see them anywhere. I see a nosy hobbit, some chickens, bounders, Dora Brownlock. We've taught those wolves a lesson and no mistake. Postman 2-Foot, have you seen anything suspicious?
Is there something I can do for you?
But yeah, just make a list, really, in order of priority of the MMOs I really want to play. Like, number 1 right now would be Final Fantasy XIV, but it's gonna leave that list very soon, because now I'm on it. I mean, I'm gonna be on it very soon. Maybe this month, at the very latest, next month. I also like joining easy-to-do events that give tokens that can be exchanged for stuff. Ah, yes. It's great when they give those things. For some reason, Adventure Quest 3D was the first thing that came to mind, because the developers are very involved with doing these sorts of fun events out of nowhere for players to collect special tokens of some sort. But yeah, LOTRO has its own festivals as well, right? I think DDO has a very similar system with the kinds of festivals they do, and the tokens you earn, and the rewards you can get from those tokens. DDO is another one I wish I could get into again. I created that one character before, but I left it at that. You know what I did last Thursday, actually, and I think I'm gonna do it again today? I watched a little bit of Critical Role last Thursday. Because they're beginning a one-shot. I'm not sure if they're gonna do that today, actually. If they're gonna continue with that, it's gonna have like 5 or 6 episodes. Or they're gonna go back to the regular campaign of Exandria Unlimited. Let me see. Oh, yes. No, wait. No, this is a Q&A that they're doing. What are they gonna do today? Well, they're not quite saying it, but it's like a prequel to their main campaign, which is called Exandria Unlimited. It got my attention not just because it's the first episode of something. They were claiming also like it's a good jumping point for anybody that's new, which is kind of me. But also because they had Luis Carazo, who is someone that I was introduced to in LA by Night, which is a Vampire the Masquerade production that's very similar to what they do in Critical Role. And I still need to finish that, actually. Maybe I should give my attention to that instead. But yeah, it got my attention, and I love his work there as Nines Rodriguez. Now he's doing a character here, and yeah. But what is happening here today? I don't see a tweet saying that right now. They have a bunch of Q&As about it, but not much else, really. I'm guessing they will? Oh yes, okay, there we go. The Ring of Brass continued their adventure with Exandria Unlimited Calamity Episode 2 on Thursday at 7 PM Pacific on Twitch and YouTube. There you go. Oh really? It's similar to a Twitch stream you watched today? Yes, it's the... I can say the highest produced Dungeons and Dragons tabletop session ever. Well, more than one session, but the highest produced Dungeons and Dragons game ever. Like, when I say game, I mean the tabletop game as it is, not a video game adaptation, not a book or animated series adaptation based on the setting. No, just players playing, the DM doing their thing, and yeah, just that. And it's the highest produced version of it ever. And it pretty much revolutionized the what can I say, the live streaming industry for that, for tabletop role-playing games. It led to LA by Night, basically. I'm more into Vampire the Masquerade because that's the first tabletop RPG I was introduced to, Dungeons and Dragons, I kind of know a little bit about that. They're using the 5th edition, and I think I've played in that edition. I've only played it once in my life. Only one campaign in my life, which we didn't finish. But I think it was the 5th edition? I'm not sure. There was a little bit of homebrewing here and there. The other players I played with were just very focused on, like, very focused on the stats and just min-maxing, homebrewing. It was kind of funny, but I was there for the roleplay. But I didn't get many moments of that. Like a moment in which I was interacting with a villain, trying to persuade them not to let this come to violence. But yeah, we eventually got into a fight. I think it was a beholder. You're happy for what Critical Role has done for D&D, but you can't get into it. You feel like the players are overshadowing the characters, Oku? I see what you mean, yeah. All of them, nearly all of them are actors or voice actors to an extent, which I think really adds to the high production value. Had you in Stitches, T? What is it, if you don't mind me asking? Is it another D&D production? Is it another game? Tabletop? What is it? They've reached the level of fame that kind of overshadows their characters, Oku. I see what you mean. I myself have not been able to get into it ever because there's so much of it, and each session is like 4 hours long, 3-4 hours long. Like, I can't catch up with the entirety of it every week. I'm already watching so many live streams, right? Like my own live stream. Hey, keep catching up to me every week, right? Kind of different than watching a sort of live stream like the live stream I do, and it's difficult. It's difficult to follow the story like that. It's a different situation. Oh, and yeah, I just like the post of them, and they're going to be sending me reminders for that. They had a bot that is going to do that. Oh, hello there. Thank you for opting in for XU Calamity Broadcast reminders, and if you'd like, you can reply stop to opt out. We'll see you in Exandria. I didn't pay full attention to it, for example, when I watched it last week, because I had it more like in the background doing things. So yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem to have to commit to something like that every week. But I at least want to keep having it in the background a little bit more. And learning from it too. I think the skills that one can learn from a dungeon master, from a storyteller, from a game master, all the terms for the same kind of role, can really be useful for a content creator, for a live streamer, for a VTuber. I like to think that I bring in those elements when I'm reading this dialogue out loud. Make me think about that. So yeah. What is the reason why I even mentioned it in the first place? I don't think it was that, but yeah. We went on a little tangent there again. You can learn storytelling, improv, and much more, for sure. Mostly it's from the game master that I'm picking up the skills, but it's from the players too. But those narration skills can be so good, especially when you're streaming a video game like this. I mean, imagine if I went for Dungeons and Dragons Online. I think that's the reason why I mentioned it, yeah. Got me interested in Dungeons and Dragons again. Like in general, Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not talking about a specific edition or anything. I really don't know anything about that. I kind of know that Pathfinder is kind of a different thing. There's Dragonlance, there's Forgotten Realms, and they're kind of different dimensions of it. Literally, different dimensions. And you know how much I love those sorts of things, but I don't know much about it. It's a different story. There are so many Dragonlance and Forgotten Realms novels that I wish I could read one day. If I ever get the time. There's so many other things to read, right? Anyway, speaking of telling stories, let's continue with the story we're telling here in the Shire and the Yondershire. Good day to you. May I help you with something? You tell Postman Twofoot that Postmaster Proudfoot has requested that the satchels of mail bound for Yondershire be returned at once to the quick post in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟. You also inform him that the postmaster has asked you to conduct a test of the route from Waymead to No Bottle. Ah, I see. Is something amiss with that route in particular? For what it's worth, the satchels for Yondershire haven't been sent out for delivery yet. My assistant Norbert was handling them today, and last I saw he was still wondering about Waymead. If I had to guess, he's probably left the satchels about to collect any last-minute letters and parcels. I've told him time and again that he should keep an eye on the satchels, but he's always off looking at pipeweed fields or busy chatting with nosy folk. As for the postmaster's test, it'll take a little shuffling, but I think I can find an empty satchel around here for you. If you go collect those satchels and tell Norbert to bring them to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕒 without delay, I can have it sorted out by the time you're back. Collect the satchels of mail bound for Yondershire away meet. So we just have to find them around. Okay. I think they're making a TV show or movie set in Forgotten Realms. No, are you talking about the Critical Role adaptation of Vox? What was it? Vox Machina? Their first campaign was called Vox Machina, and it ended up getting an adaptation on animation, which is awesome. Just goes to show you how far the whole thing has gone. It's been insane. Insane. It involves 2 Twitch streamers who get together with 2 others for D&D. It's a newish thing for them. They also have their regular streams on other days. The 2 streamers stream together once a week as well. I knew both from YouTube first. Oh, that sounds delightful, T. This has happened a lot. This has happened a lot. That Twitch streamers get together and do their own D&D sessions. It's a great way to network together. It's a great way to foster relationships and friendships with each other, and also provide a new kind of entertainment for their viewers, and also have fun themselves. Like, it's a win-win-win-win-win for everyone involved. It's something I really want to do. There's VTubers that are doing that. I kind of want to focus on VTubers mostly. Well, there's somebody I know that is a DM for D&D, but I think they're already full for their campaign, and I might have to look for somebody different. Yeah, before, so again, Vampire the Masquerade was my first one, and I would love to get into a Vampire the Masquerade campaign. I already know I'm going to be a blasted Malkavian. I am an absolute Malkavian. If you haven't noticed about my everything, as an absolute maniac that I am, I got to be a Malkavian. I could do others though, but for my first character, I'd rather be a Malkavian. Before LA by Night happened, that is Los Angeles by Night, that's what it means. Usually the campaigns are called the city by night, so LA by night, London by night, Germany, no, let's see, Berlin by night, right? Seattle by night, that sort of thing. I think the one I saw was Philly by night, which may still be somewhere. I've mostly forgotten the names of the people involved, but this was done like in 2016. It's been a while now. But before LA by Night happened, I watched this one from a bunch of streamers that got together and did it. And it was so much fun. It was so much fun. There was a Malkavian, a Nosferatu, a Ventru, and more, and a Gangrel in there. All those names I'm throwing out are the names of the clans for the vampires in Vampire the Masquerade. To put a long story short, there's at least 13 clans in there, and they all have their own unique features. For example, Nosferatu, as the name implies, are the ones that are cursed with looking very wretched, much like Nosferatu. Like, you know, the Nosferatu movie. They're all meant to look like monsters. Toreador is a clan that is mostly concerned with like the arts and being very flamboyant and fancy looking. Malkavian, which is the one I go for, are the ones that are basically insane. They are truly absolute maniacs. Oh, hello there. What are you doing here? Absolute ruffian. If it weren't for these dwarf merchants here, you would really be sticking out. Like, there's only hobbits around here, but okay, we also have these dwarves. Okay, somebody from Breland maybe. What is this about? Drop something, did you? You ought to be more careful. Super sketchy. Super sketchy. Norbert, you and I need to have some words. And I would love to do that sooner than later. To have D&D sessions. A while ago, years ago, I applied to some D&D and Vampire the Masquerade groups in Roll20, but the thing about those groups is that they weren't streaming necessarily. Now, I think I don't want to commit to a group like that if we're not going to be streamers together and streaming it also. Well, only one of them is gonna stream it. Like, it's only gonna be on one channel, but it's gonna be clear, like, the names of all the channels are going to be there. Because if I'm going to invest so much time every week to something like that, Each session is like 3 or 4 hours long, right? These things are long. It's the reason why Critical Role takes so much time with each episode. These things take that long usually. Much like a live stream that I do regularly, right? If I'm going to commit that much time to it, I'd rather it also be connected to this content creation. Delivering satchels on orders to Norbert Hawk. What's this? The postmaster wants to see the mail for Yondershire? Norbert sets off to return the satchels to the quick post in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟𝕤. I'll see to it, but please don't tell Postman 2foot I was over here again. I think he already saw you. I have to deliver something to him too. Oh, Norbert. Might as well be content if you spend so much time on it. Yes, Oku. Exactly what I'm thinking about. Exactly what I'm thinking.
What do you need?
You found Norbert and sent him back to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟 with the satchels. Very good. Norbert's a good worker. He just needs the occasional kick to keep him on task. I do wish he'd take an interest in something besides pipeweed, though. It's as if he thinks a hobbit can only have one hobby. Appearing to realize he has lost his own train of thought, Postman 2foot gestures toward the table outside the quick post at Waymead. I've emptied out a satchel for you, like the postmaster asked. Feel free to use it. Well, here we are. This is gonna be interesting. I was wondering earlier if they're gonna do it like the quick post quests, in which you have a time limit to deliver something. Let's see. You put Postmaster Proudfoot's letter into the empty satchel, affording it an unusually spacious journey.
Just a moment.
It's been a while since I made the trip to No Bottle myself, but it's a nice route. It's a nice town too. Truth be told, I spent more than a few nights and even a few mornings in the Fox and Fiddle. Postman 2foot finally appears to notice that you have finished preparing the satchel for Yondershire. All settled then? Just the one letter? I suppose if it's just a test, that's for the best. No rhyme intended, surely?
Might I have a word?
Oh, you do have to do it in the regular way because you have to avoid nosy hobbits. Okay. Maybe there's not a time limit to it though. Let's see. If Postmaster Proudfoot wants you to run the usual route to No Bottle, you'll have to follow the road north through the bog to Needlehall and then continue northwest to the Russia Gate. Once you pass through the gate, you'll be on the road to No Bottle. Postman Grub is always about at the quick post, so he should be easy to spot. Ah, right, you've already met. It's a bit of a journey, but a simple enough route. Oh, and keep an eye out for nosy hobbits. Best of luck to you, Machai. I hope the postmaster is able to sort this out. There's no time limit to this, unlike the other one, but we do have to avoid the nosy hobbits, like the regular quest here. Oh, wait. No. I haven't collected the satchel yet. Is there a time limit to this? Yes, it's just like the regular one. This is gonna be... Okay, this is gonna be a little bit difficult, since we have to go to the Roshok Bog, and that area is also filled with a lot of water. The water is also a problem. You don't want to drop into the water, for the most part. The good thing is, as a warden, I have a speed boost. I'm not sure if it's being accounted for. I feel like I'm a little bit slower than usual. But maybe that's because the animation is different, because I'm carrying the satchel. Yeah, I think I am going fast. Like, with the speed boost, with Horse March. Sandson's Farm. Oh yeah, I also did, like, the initial Chicken Run quests in here, by the way. I have the rest of the Chicken Run quests open for me on the map with Chicken George. With the Rooster George right here. Anytime I want to do them, which is not now. And I had a fun encounter there with another player while I was doing the final one. They were going through a bridge, and I was also going through that bridge, and they saw me, and they stopped their route. I think they were going through an automatic route, a stable master route, but they dropped what they were doing, and they escorted me a little bit. Ultimately, I didn't need their help because I was close to the ending anyway, and there weren't really any enemies around that could be a problem, but that was very nice of them to do. I appreciated that. So I thanked them after that, while I was out of the Chicken Run instance, and I said, "Thank you kindly." And they were like, what did they say? My service to you, I think it is that they said. It was an elf. I took screenshots of that, so I have them there somewhere. Right, we need to find the best route here. One that doesn't go through the water. Uh-oh. Yeah, this water is still very shallow, so we're fine, but... Wasn't there like a road that led into a bridge around here? And the enemies might be high level enough that I can aggro them, so I have to be careful here. I farmed a little bit here while I was doing the deeds to destroy some slugs. I used a Slayer booster, a Slayer deed booster, so it didn't take me that long, thankfully. But if we encounter the Dour Hand dwarves that are around here, that could be a danger. Okay, there we are. That was the bridge I was thinking about. No nosy hobbits around, thankfully. I think out of the quick post quests that I did initially in the Yondershire, let's call it that, I did have one that went through this route, so it's not the first time I've taken this kind of quest. By way of the Russia Gate, though. This time we will have to go a little bit further, I think. And we'll have to see what happens. Some ruffian is gonna stop us, maybe. And surely, if ruffians are stopping hobbits and doing something to them, they would have found out about it already, right? If something happens to mail carriers, it's not just gonna go unnoticed. Though there are bounders here, I don't think this is the area where they do that. We continue going. Postman Redsmith. There's the postman. But the satchel is not here. We continue going all the way to the Russia Gate. There's still plenty of time. I think we can make it. I always enjoy seeing this part of the Shire because it's not one I usually see. It used to be the area that led directly into ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟. Things have changed now that they added the Yondershire. So it's fascinating to see. But like that waterfall in the distance, right? I think it looked a little bit different too because of that. I remember there was a Harnkegger game that took place here. I think it was a fishing contest. Like right outside the gate of ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟. It was fun. I may still have it buried there somewhere in my screenshots. I'm not sure. So many screenshots that I have. Thousands at this point, I think. Will I ever sort through them? Probably not. But it's good to have them. Might be good to have like a gallery of the screenshots in a BRB screen or something. Bounder Dogberry. Oh, what's that you got there? I'll be needing to take a look at that.
Just a moment.
Haven't you heard, Postman? There's new rules. By order of the Chief Sheriff, all mail is subject to inspection prior to delivery, especially to the Yondershire. Hand that satchel over, and I'll decide if it's worth the Chief's time. Here's the suspicious part. Now, let's see here. With a harumph, Bounder Dogberry slips the letter into his pocket and takes the satchel. Surely, if a postman saw this, they would know about that, right? But I think most of the post carriers probably are also in league with the enemy here.
Hello.
Like I expected, the chief hasn't seen to this one yet. No mark, no delivery. Just one letter though? I might as well bring it to the chief, even if it's just a bunch of prattle. Bounder Dogberry furrows his brow and a sneer forms at the corner of his mouth. Don't you worry, I'll make sure the quick post gets their satchel back. Super sketchy. If you know what's good for you, you'll keep out of the chief's business. Get lost. Oh, and we have to get back to uncalled-for now. Alright. We can take the stable master from here to uncalled-for again, I think. And if not, I can go back... How long is it? In 4 minutes, I can go back to my personal house and from there exit to make it outside, close to uncalled-for. Ah, you can see they're doing the same quest over there. Nice. Yes, I figured there's still a good number of players doing the Yondershire. It's been out for like a month now, right? Came out late into April for the anniversary. Part of the many things that happen in the anniversary. It's easy to have it get lost in the shuffle because of the big changes that happen to LOTRO, right? Which are good changes. But yeah, something like the Yondershire may have gone under the radar a little bit. I wonder. Where is the stable master here? I forgot. I may have passed it already. Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the stable master. My bad. Oh, it's a Gamgee. I just realized that. Okay, well, I guess we're going to Hobbiton first. This is not the best route, though. We are probably going to be at Waymeet before we go to Hobbiton, so there we should dismount. But let's keep the map open. Ah, but yes. All this talk about tabletop RPGs, I really want to get into one. Hopefully there are people doing it. If I had experience as a player, I would love to be the game master organizing one. You know, to do a Vampire the Masquerade collab. These are collabs ultimately, right? So they're great. I would love to do something like that. Otherwise, yeah, if it's not Vampire the Masquerade, I'd be very happy to go for good old Dungeons and Dragons. Good old D&D. Pathfinder, maybe. Becoming a DM is on your bucket list for sure, Roku. Same here. I think I could have great skills as a DM, but I really gotta learn a lot. Really gotta learn a lot for that. Hopefully my accent is not a detriment, since, well, all the characters I play as a DM are gonna have it, I guess. Unless I intentionally do a different one. And being a DM provides you great skill sets. I think a lot of live streamers, content creators like me, specifically live streamers, I have to say, have the potential to be fantastic game masters, because you gotta be a great multitasker for both of those things. For live streaming and for game mastering, I guess you could say, you gotta be a good multitasker. So this is why I said that they can give you great skill sets right there. Alright, let's mount here. You're such a nerd for world building, so you got one part of it down. Nice. Oh, world building is something I have not gotten myself into a lot. I suck at describing things though. That's a skill I really need to practice. Writing is something I've been into before. It's been a while since I've done any writing, which I need to get into again. Like any long-term writing. Not counting like when I've written my lore and stuff like that, or when I've written scripts for YouTube videos or something like that. That's a different story. Like writing about the length of a novel or a short story or something like that. That's a different story, and no pun intended. And it's something I need to get back into. I always struggle with description, because it's not only with writing, it's whenever I read descriptions of things, like, you know, of places, of people, of clothing, all sorts of things, it's difficult for me to picture it. The Lord of the Rings took me a long time to read because of that. J.R.R. Tolkien is so generous with his descriptions. It's so heavy, in a good way, but it's difficult for me. I gotta really take my time.
It's been a foul day.
So that would be one of the things I want to work on as a writer, as a content creator, as a potential GM. Yes, describing things requires a lot of specialized vocabulary. Yes. And yeah, it's mostly the specialized vocabulary and creativity, to not get too redundant, to not have too much of the samey words. Yeah. You're back sooner than I expected, Machai. What happened? You told Postmaster Proudfoot about the bounder you encountered at the Russia Gate. You inform him that the someone titled Chief Sheriff has been issuing new orders to the bounders demanding inspection of the mail and interfering with the quick post. Chief Sheriff? Why, there's no such thing. I'd sooner call myself Lord of the Post. There's a first sheriff, yes, but he's never been the sort for more rules. In fact, he spends most of his time puttering about in the town hall as far as I can tell. No, this is some upstart meddling in things he knows nothing about. Dogberry, was it? You tell the mayor what that bounder said to you and have him set things right for the quick post. I wonder if Will Woodfoot will be willing to do something, though.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Yes, may I help you with something? You inform Mayor Will Woodfoot of Postmaster Proudfoot's concerns and of the so-called Chief Sheriff interfering with the quick post. You tell him that the Postmaster has insisted that service to Yondershire be restored and free of any unlawful inspections. Why, there's no such title! Ah, the Postmaster said that too, did he? I wonder if this has anything to do with that upstart in Hobbiton. A terrible nuisance, that one. If you will allow me a moment to think, I believe I can resolve this matter to the satisfaction of the Postmaster.
Stay and have some tea.
I have made up my mind, Machai. I'd like you to inform Postmaster Proudfoot that I'm officially authorizing him to alter the route to No Bottle. It is my recommendation that the new route ought to pass through little delving into the Yondershire, even though I expect the folk dwelling there will give me an earful for it. Nevertheless, it's like my grandfather used to say, If trouble is standing in your way, better to walk around it. That's not bad philosophy. As for that so-called chief sheriff, let us hope this is the last we hear of him. I certainly do. I mean, not the best philosophy, but not that bad. Depending on the trouble.
Huh, how rude!
What did the mayor have to say, Machai? You tell Postmaster Proudfoot that Mayor Will Whitfoot has authorized him to alter the route to No Bottle in an effort to undermine the plans of the would-be chief sheriff and safeguard the quick post. You inform him that the new route is to pass through Little Delving into the Yondershire and continue northward until No Bottle. It is imperfect, but if it means the mail will reach Yondershire, it'll have to do. However, unless the mayor is prepared to act against this upstart, I fear it will not be enough. For my part, I'll be keeping a much closer eye on the goings-on at the quick post. As you know, the quick post has many offices across the Shire. Who can say that Chief hasn't already found useful friends in some of them? That is a matter for me to resolve, Machai. As for you, I would have you oversee the very first run of the new route to No Bottle. I believe Onyx has been preparing the satchels inside the quick post, so just speak to her when you're ready to set out. This could be an instance, actually. Alright, I need to take a quick bio break before we begin that. As you enter the quick post, Onyx Nethercot waves to you. I'll BRB everyone. Just a quick bio break. Thank you for waiting. Yes, let's get back into it and see what we have. Will this be another timed quest like the other one?
What do you need?
Yes, it looks like it's going to be. Seeing the next objective. Hello, Machai, how are you? What can I help you with? You ask Onyx Nethercot if the satchels for Yondershire are prepared, and inform him that the postmaster has asked you to run a new route to No Bottle on behalf of the quick post. Oh, so that's what all that business was about. I overheard you talking to the postmaster. I didn't mean to, of course, it's just these windows are awfully thin. While you were talking to the mayor, I put all the mail for Yondershire into a bigger satchel and set it just outside on the table beside the postmaster. With so many things pulling at his attention today, Hugo must not have seen me. It's all there though, and ready to be delivered. Don't let me keep you, Machai. The folk of Yondershire have waited long enough for their mail. What a conspiracy going on in the Yondershire! And this is just the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg, because it's just the quick post part of it. Look at it. There's so much else going on. There's the ruins of Oslagoreth, which we're gonna get to later. We're gonna have a lot of fighting for that. There's a lot of stable master routes that we're gonna have to synchronize, but I'm looking forward to that. And there is the opening to Ered Luin and the opening to Evendim. I'm curious to see what the entrances and exits to those areas look like, especially for Ered Luin, because it's been altered, right? It used to be the Shire, or the Hithershire if you will, directly. Now it's a different story. Alright, large satchel. We pass through the Little Delving. It doesn't look like we have to avoid any nosy hobbits, so that will make it a lot easier. Let's just take the road. We don't need to alter anything. I am paying attention to the minimap though, to see if they show me any eyes on the minimap. If any eyes show up there, it means that I have to avoid nosy hobbits. The eyes represent the nosy hobbits. It's like the Eye of Sauron. You have to avoid its gaze. By way of Little Delving. Yeah, there it is. I can see why that can lead into the Yondershire. You're really going around it, but it makes sense. The mayor made a good decision, all things considered. He is mostly the type to escape problems than to face them head on, though. That's why I was at first wondering, is Mayor Will Whitfoot really gonna do that much? A lot of people have complaints to him about that. But I think overall he's a good hobbit. He's a good fellow. Like, not just good intentions, but he actually is good at his job. He just has been caught in a very unfortunate situation because it's a very perilous time for Middle-earth right now, and that includes the Shire. And if you don't think that includes the Shire, well, just play this game. Maybe not so much in the original canon of just the books, right? The way Tolkien wrote it. Trouble does come to the Shire, but it comes later. Not at this time. But yeah, it's a perilous time everywhere in the Hither and the Yondershire. Speaking of perilous, this is a dangerous route because there's a lot of enemies around here. And I love the look of the area, though. This doesn't feel like the Shire, in a good way. Let's see here. Hopefully this water is shallow enough. I think it is. But we also have to avoid the enemies. I get the feeling that if I aggro them, they will make me drop things. Don't remember how it went. I've mostly been avoiding it. I'd rather not find out. But if I recall correctly, if they give you enough attacks, they're gonna make you drop the satchel, and that's gonna be extremely annoying. Following the road, sticking to the road is probably a good idea. But then you also have enemies that are on the road, like that one over there. You can see they're all red, because I'm on their level for the Yondershire, actually. But if it comes to an actual fight, I can handle myself just fine. It's the beauty of the Warden Tank class, you see?
Good day.
But right now, I'm not looking for a fight. A fight is a very bad thing. And this water is not shallow enough, potentially. Ugh, that was close. I think this is the best route to take right now. Maybe I should be sticking to the roads. I kind of messed up here. I should not have left the roads. Now it's gonna be more perilous. A lot of peril and danger. I just like saying the words peril and perilous. I don't know. Maybe it's the influence of Middle-earth, but I like speaking in those kinds of words a lot. Scoundrel, peril, hither, yonder. Aha. I mean, if I ever narrate a campaign, those words would be good, wouldn't they? Not just narrate, but play characters. I mean, a GM doesn't just narrate. They play a lot of characters. Oh yeah, some words are fun to say, T. Yeah. We have a lot of bees around here, but they are not dangerous for me. At least, you know, for the route I'm taking right now. Oh, I'm being taken somewhere else. I haven't been paying attention to the arrow on the minimap. My bad. Here we are. Here we are. With plenty of time to spare. Yeah, hither and yonder are great. I gotta learn to use them too because it would be good also. Well, LB, would you look at all of that? Because they're good for role-playing in LOTRO as well. I still remember that great experience I had in a Hall of Fire Wednesday. By the way, I think it's still going every Wednesday here in Lorelin. In the Hall of Fire in Rivendell. It's mostly for elves. You may sometimes see other people though, like men. I don't think there would be a lot of dwarves or hobbits though. Mostly you wanna have an elf for that. I roleplayed and I felt so inferior to a fellow role player in there that was like speaking so well in the Middle-earth kind of medieval kind of speak, if you will. Old English style that a lot of characters and narration in the Lord of the Rings had. Ultimately, it helps with the immersion to have something like that, right? I remember when he was saying, oh, all of you, hearken, or is it hearken? Hearken to what she's saying. Listen to her. Right? It's so good.
What do you need?
My goodness, Mache? Is that all the mail out of the Hithershire? Postman Grub takes the satchel, sets it down on his table, and peers into it. After a moment, a smile spread across his face. Why, this'll keep me busy for days. I cannot thank you enough, Magi. But tell me, were you and the postmaster able to unmask the culprit behind the tampering and delays? What happened? You tell Postman Grub of the self-styled chief sheriff who has been gathering support in the Shire and employing some of the bounders to unlawfully confiscate the mail. You tell the postman that Mayor Will Whitfoot has drawn up a new route to No Bottle by way of Little Delving, and that service to Yondershire has been restored. In addition, you inform him that Postmaster Proudfoot intends to remain vigilant against further attempts to disrupt the quick post. You take a look at this narration here, for example. I think, a lot of the areas I played right now, a lot of the starter areas actually didn't have this much narration into it. Can't help but feel there's a DDO influence in here, if that makes any sense. Like, there's more narration here than usual. From all the talk I've heard around No Bottle, it almost sounds like that Lothar fellow out of Hobbiton. I don't think he's got the mind for a plot like that, though. I must thank you again, Magi. The quick post owes you a great debt. Now, these earrings are too high level for me, but sooner than later I'll have the right level for them. Which one should I get, though? Posts, drop earring, might, vitality, fate, critical rating. Vitality is good as a warden, I think. Some of them offer more. Fate, physical mastery rating. Fate is what allows you to recover morale in combat, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. In combat, morale regen, power regen, tactical mitigation, resistance rating, and finesse. I think I want to go for fate. For a high fate, high vitality. Okay, it's pretty much the same with these. Agility, will. What was will for again? Resistance rating and tactical mitigation. Yeah, we want to go for resistance. So I'm going to go for Officer of the Post's Emerald Cluster Earring. See, if the color of matcha is green, then Magi having emerald earrings, there's something fitting about that, isn't it? Isn't there? And we'll do those routes another time. For now, yeah. Now we're gonna visit the No Bottle Farm. This is not the last we've seen of the quick post in the Yondershire. We'll do more of that another time. But for now, let's visit one of the farms. Looks so lovely around here, right? All the sheep, all the bees around, the lively taverns that they have. Just something about the atmosphere around here is so lively, unlike any other area I've seen in the Shire so far. Or maybe I feel that way also because I'm so used to all the areas in the Shire now. Maybe it's the novelty of new Shire areas. But what is definitely true is that the tavern is much more lively than any other tavern we've seen so far, at least in terms of NPCs, not in terms of players, role-playing, than any we've seen. Yeah. It's more lively than any we've seen so far in the Shire. Let's visit a farm here. Why don't we have a fight, though? Let's fight that harvest fly. I may get a deed bestowed to me. Force our warm up. Warm up to see how we fare against these higher level creatures. Again, I should be fine. Yes, Insect Slayer of the Yondershire, not Sicklefly Slayer. The farm primarily grows barley for No Bottle's famous brew. Nice. And we're probably gonna get one for wolves as well. Let's see if we can ambush it. I'm gonna do the combo. Right, let me do the defensive gambit for... What was the name of that skill? I forget. Defensive strike. Whoops, didn't mean to do this gambit. That's okay. Like, if you notice, I lose quite a bit of health, but not too much. Nothing to write home about, right? Beast Slayer of Yondershire. Let's go. The Beast Slayer. That reminds me of Tyler Black from WWE. I prefer to call him Tyler Black. Seth Rollins. He was the Beast Slayer of Brock Lesnar, right? Suplex City, bitch. Let's see. Let's see. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, food. Fortifying cooked and trail food. Also clearing my inventory a little bit. Gonna take a drink for the road too. Let's take one flask of the old fox den, but after we take this carrot soup. One flask of the old fox den. And... oh no, I muddled my wits. It's a strong one. It's a strong one. Hold on, let me stay silent for a moment. Just listen to her. It's so cute. She is so cute. Oh my gosh, I can never get over that. Okay.
Stay and have some tea.
Hello there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be the sort who enjoys a good brew. Ah, ha, ha, ha. There you go, there you go. Right after I get drunk in front of her. Well, yes, of course I enjoy a good brew. You just saw me get drunk in front of you. Yes. You're in good company here, friend. Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever fancied brewing up a good beer yourself? I find if you engage in the process, you'll have a greater appreciation for every bottle you enjoy, and wouldn't that be quite a nice reward? I will be happy to teach you the way of it, for I am ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕉𝕉𝕉, the head brewmaster of ℂ𝕠𝕉, and mine is the finest beer in the West Farthing. Don't let anyone tell you differently. This may be one of the younger settlements in the Shire, as things are reckoned, but ℂ𝕠𝕉 is still centuries old by now. Plenty of time for us to master brewing. Now listen to the many steps to brewing a beer of which you can be proud. How very friendly of her. We're gonna collect barley from the field. Whoa. Gotta be careful here because I muddled my wits. Things are a little bit confusing. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. Always modeling your wits. Especially when it's so cute. When the little drunk sounds that your character makes are so cute. Aren't they? Let's keep collecting that barley then. Yes, it's so cute, right, T? But I'm very curious to see this quest. I've received many quests in the Yondershire, in which I collected ingredients for the brewmasters of all the inns to make their own beer, to make their own ales, not just beer, all sorts of alcoholic drinks. But I've never collected them to do them myself. I'm very curious to see where this goes. We gotta get a good reward, right? We malt the barley now. Where do we do that? There's gotta be some tool around here, right? There it is. Malting container. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. Very similar to crafting, right? Very peaceful, very fun in that way. Crafting in MMOs, it's always such a peaceful, chill thing. Oh, that's a great emote. From VTuber Kronos. Great, great. VTuber Kronos is known to us. That's a known superstar. That's a great emote. You know, T, you just gave me a great idea right there. I'm gonna make a note about that. That would be a great animated emote for the future. For tea drinking for myself. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a note right there. And now we boil the brew. Let's see if we're able to do a good brew right here. Yes. Now we ferment it. I think in the fermenting process you have to wait some days, right? I've never done beer or anything of the sort. I'm just kind of guessing here. Oh, really? Yeah, I remember. I do remember there's some connection between us and Kronos. I kind of thought it was the other way around, though. But okay, there you go. There you go. For a moment, I thought you came from Kronos' stream. Or Bomb Berry's stream, maybe? I'm not sure. Okay. Let's get these empty bottles. Oh, 12 bottles is the amount we have to get. Okay. We have to go all the way to the Fox and Fiddle as well to collect the bottles, so we'll take a detour right there. Only a few more seconds of being drunk. So yeah, we'll be able to craft it well. Don't worry, we're not gonna mess up the brew. That would be so ironic to mess up an alcoholic brew because, well, you're drunk. I'm sure this has happened at some point in human history, right? Oh, Siflock stream! There you go. You came from the Empire. Okay, I got it. Wow, thank you for the reminder, T. I don't even remember at this point, but I did I did have that like in the back of my mind. That you came from somebody else's stream. That's so great to remember. The Emperor Siflock. Yeah, if you know of somebody to raid today for the end of the stream, let me know. You already gave me some ideas there, but that depends on who's online, right? It was great to raid Harmony the other day because I'm not usually live at the time in which she streams. So raiding her is a rare occurrence. Raiding certain people that stream at very different times than the times I stream. We have an empty bottle right here. Another empty bottle. This will do the trick. Sorry, fellas. Just getting this empty bottle. I'm sure you won't mind. I mean, I'm cleaning the table for them, kind of, so... surely that's fine. I'm not taking away their ale. Their ale. But if you were hoping for a refill, sorry. Just get another pint. Get another bottle. Do they come in pints in the Fox and Fiddle? Ah. They come in pints. I'd love to get myself a pint of tea, though. That would do the trick quite nicely, wouldn't it? Yeah. Alright. We're gonna fill the empty bottles from the fermenting container here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we just keep interacting with it? Okay. I guess we do that. It's very much like crafting in this sense. And it makes sense, of course, because of what you're doing. That is indeed a lot. Yeah, a pint of tea, right? I mean, how much is a pint? How much is a pint? 473 milliliters. Oh yeah, I drink way more tea than that, so... yeah, like some of the mugs I have are very close to that. Yeah. That's what Google is telling me anyway. 473.176 milliliters. 473 milliliters rounded up. So yeah, I drink way more tea than that. For example, I just have 1 liter of tea right here. Give me a pint. Give me a pint of tea. Let's go.
How do you do?
Oh, wait a minute. This sneaker breaker is, Oh, hello there? What are you doing? What do you think you're doing, you little pest? Let's wait for it for a moment. Receive that blow! Heavy blow right there. Oh, yes. I will level up sooner than later. Just you watch. Just you watch.
Good day.
Now that's a beer of which you can be proud. Delightful. Note the sense of accomplishment you now feel and let it buoy your steps as you walk around Yondershire. Yes, I definitely feel that way. Brewmaster, blow that hot blossom grins at you. Ah, you'll have some walking to do, friend. You can't keep this brew all to yourself. You need to get it into the hands of our patrons. Visit every drinking establishment in Yondershire and bring the brew to our waiting customers. You get to see a lot of happy faces as you make these deliveries. I love the sound of that, so I think right here they are telling me what the inns, what the taverns of the Yondershire are. The Brimful Quiver, the Roaring Bowl, I like that name, the Fox and Fiddle, and the Elbows Bend. So with the Roaring Bowl, I can understand the name. What is the reason for the other names, though? Is there some lore behind the other names? Receive a token of gratitude from each tavern keep. Let's go. We're not going to go out of our way to do them right now. They are going to... I'm going to be doing the rest of this quest as I continue making my way naturally through the Yondershire. You know, as I do the other quests and stuff. I'll just go for whatever is nearest in the minimap. With the quest rings and the quest arrows. Hold on, let's listen to this music. This is new music, right? This is new music. Nice. Yeah. It's always the way I quest T, for the most part. It kinda makes a mess of things, like in the chronology of how you do some quests and all that. So sometimes I kinda change it. Not just because of the chronology, but because of other reasons. Like, there's more efficient ways sometimes. Like, you just focus on like the quests of an area of sorts. Hello, Erurin! But yeah, that's the way, T. Hold on. Is it me, or is the volume for that low right now? I'm going to increase the volume a little bit for that. Well, we already heard that. Erurin Elven Raid. An elven invasion from another dimension right there. Well, Erurin. Hold on. I haven't done this right. We have an invasion from another dimension. An Erurin Elven Raid. Hello, Erurin. Can we get a shout out for Erurin right there? What were you playing today? LOTRO goes very well and having so much fun in the new Yondershire area. It's great. Doing all sorts of things, from uncovering a conspiracy to brewing good stuff and drinking it. Hello, Starry the Kitsune. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the multidimensional madhouse. The multidimensional ale house. We're gonna do a beer delivery right here. Thank you, Weaver. Final Fantasy XIV Online. Why am I not surprised? How was it? How far are you into the story? Have you reached another climax? I did see you like with a credit roll the other day, so I know you were at a very climactic part of the story right there. It's been a fun stream as we've talked about all sorts of other things. About Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop, about tea so much. Whew, all sorts of things.
Hello there.
From field to pint. Hello! I see Brewmaster Blood and Hop Blossom has put you to work. It's been a while since she's had to make a delivery herself. Have a drink before you leave. No sense crafting a batch and not having a taste. Thank you kindly. No, thank you. Thank you. Let's get this token of gratitude. Much obliged, much obliged. I'll gladly have that drink right there. Look at how lively this tavern is. I am so enamored. So in love with the way the tavern looks here in the Yondershire. Hold on, I'm gonna make a brief recording with the GeForce experience here too. No other tavern in the Hithershire looks like this. Like in the regular Shire. They made them look different. What is really nice about having the more empty, in lack of a better word, taverns in the regular Shire, what is good about them is that it gives a lot of room for role players to do their thing, right? But it's good to have these as well with their own NPCs and stuff. It's great. Nice, just had an awesome time playing FF14. Oh, he's in post Shadowbringers, nice. When will you get to Endwalker? Have you done that content yet? That's the latest content, right? Can't wait tomorrow for some nice Final Fantasy XI action. I had a great time last time. Also thanks to the help of the Final Fantasy XI Superstars. So I'm looking forward to it. Our first Final Fantasy Friday too. In the future, you are definitely gonna see 14. You're almost done with Endwalker, Weaver? Nice. You finished the Shadowbringers DLC the other day and finished the Omega Raid chain today. Wonderful. And your guild finally got a house. Congratulations. You definitely deserve the confetti hype for that. Oh, and it gave me the Quite Merry effect, I just realized. The drink I just took. Quartermaster for the Yonderwatch. Let's see.
Can I help you find something?
Yes,
friend?
let's make some good use out of that. Return to no bottle, so that will give me a travel skill. Oh, actually, that's interesting. That you can get that travel skill for anybody. I like it. That can be very helpful. And then I can go back to setting a milestone back to the Hithershire, the regular Shire. But I don't have the right level for this yet. And there's a bunch of cosmetics for this. How come I can't barter for them yet? Did I need a level for that? I wonder why I'm not able to barter for those. Let's see. Most of them are decorations. They could be good though. Speaking of housing. Oh, Mathams. Mathams could be good. And Walker. And you're saying a team duck, but I don't know how it goes. Do 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 do. Or wait. Do 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 do. Is that the team? Is that what you meant to say? Is that what it was meant to be? I don't know. Yes, Arurin, thank you for that. Thank you for that. We are doing a new thing called Final Fantasy Friday because both FF11 and 14 are really getting me so excited. I love Final Fantasy by itself already, and to finally get into the MMORPGs for it, it's a fun experience. I hope this excitement never runs out for them. For either of them. I think it was worth it to purchase that edition of 11 to spend the money on it. And yeah, like, it was at a discount recently. That discount ran out on May 31st, so it was great. Oh, the opening to the trailer. Okay, I don't know how it goes. What's my favorite? Well, I just got into 11, literally. I started on the anniversary on May 16. I only play it during the streams, at least so far. And I haven't played 14 yet, Ducky. But I will sooner than later. Sometime this month or next month. We and Arurin and Weaver and many other people here have been talking about it so much. The Final Fantasy cult has been persuading me to join for a long time. Yeah, so I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it. It's inevitable, like Thanos. Hell yeah, Weaver, exactly. Oh, you meant in Final Fantasy overall. I thought you meant the MMOs. Well, I love Final Fantasy, but I actually haven't played that much. The only one I've completed so far is Final Fantasy 1. Of course, I've seen gameplay of many of the others. Long time ago, I played a little bit of Final Fantasy 7 until I got stuck in a part in which you have to get past some guards. You may know what I'm talking about, Ducky. You have to get past some guards, and I couldn't be bothered to continue there, and I just dropped the game. Ooh, that was years ago. That was years ago when I was a child in my human form. And I played a demo of Final Fantasy VIII, beautiful that it was. And I've heard a lot of the music from the series. No! Yeah. Yeah, in that building. It was very tough for me. It was very tough for me. I just didn't have the skill set to get past that part. And I would have to redo it from scratch and redo it and redo it. Maybe my memory is more fuzzy because I was a child back then, but it felt like it took me days and days and hours of trying. Maybe it was less than that, because childhood memories tend to feel longer than they actually were. But still, it was enough for me to just drop the game. I had a plethora of video games to play back then after all, right? So I just went for another one, most likely. I never went past that part, but when I finally get back to Final Fantasy VII someday, I will. Reason why I haven't played the other Final Fantasy games as much is because I had this ambition, and I still kind of do, that I want to play them all, with the exception of the MMOs, in number order, in their numerical order. So I actually started Final Fantasy 2, but I kind of dropped it because I ran out of time to continue playing it. And at this point, it's been so long since I continued playing it, since I started playing it, that I may as well just restart it. I suck at timing? I probably did. It was difficult. It was difficult for me as a kid to do it like that. I probably would be able to fare better right now. I think it would still take me many attempts, though. Those sorts of things are difficult for me. Oh yeah, you were burned in the cult and stay ever since? I feel ya. I mean, I guess in that way I was born into the Final Fantasy VII cult. Not 7, sorry, Final Fantasy cult. It's just such a beautiful RPG series. I love RPGs. I love JRPGs. I love turn-based RPGs. And I love MMORPGs. So of course it's gonna suck me into it. The fantastic music. The fantastic theming. The whole aesthetic of it. Oh my god. Sign me right up. But yeah, all this time I was just too ambitious about the way I wanted to play that I didn't go through with it. It's the same with other series like Phantasy Star. I completed the first Phantasy Star. I completed the first Dragon Quest. Not that long ago. It was like a couple years ago. In 2020, I believe it was, when I played all of them like that. And, well, that was the problem. That was the problem. That I just wanted to get through them chronologically. Or, well, not chronologically, but numerically. That's a more accurate way of describing it. So, yeah, that's my little Final Fantasy story, Duck. You want to play them all? You beat in 7, 12, 13, and 15. You also did a lot in 8 and 10. Yeah, yeah. And since I favor the turn-based gameplay more, that's another reason why I want to focus on the numerical order. So before I get into the latest ones that are not that turn-based, I can play through the turn and timer-based ones, which are the first 10, really. It's like the first 10 have that thing in common. Before you get to the MMO, that kind of changes everything. They start leaning more towards action RPG. Yeah, all the remaining ones are like that, basically.
Could I take a moment of your time?
But they're great too, though. They're great too. I mean, an MMORPG is very much an action RPG, with the exception of 11, maybe. And I still love them. Ah, hello. Might I ask, are you headed to Gamwich? My friend ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕝𝕒𝕒 hasn't shown up for our weekly tea, and I'm growing quite worried. Oh no, missing weekly tea? Are you kidding me? No! She's never missed one before, not once. I'm afraid I can't step away now. I'm preparing our food so it'll be warm once she arrives. Please make sure she's alright. Checking her home might be a good start. She lives just across from the inn there. Very well. A delayed response, eh? I do not like the way things are going here in the Yondershire. Deals a hard step.
Well met.
This is a female dwarf. I hear you. I hear you. Judging by your outfit, you must be a person of discerning taste. Perhaps you're the right person to help me. I'm in town visiting a friend. This'll be my first time being a guest in her home, and I'd like to bring a gift for her. A ℂ𝕠𝕟, as they say around these parts. Problem is, I can't decide what to give her. I'm petrified of giving a lackluster gift. Could I bother you to ask around town, see what folks think make for a good ℂ𝕠𝕟? So is that the way a female dwarf is supposed to sound, by the way? I honestly thought female dwarfs just sound the same as male dwarfs. You know, they look the same, they sound the same. I figured. Maybe I got it wrong. So I didn't use my regular dwarven voice for reading that. Well and well met. At your service and your families. I am Bolston at your service and your families. Welcome to the Blue Mountains Regiment. Shamuk Kazat.
Greetings, friend. Will you lend me your ear?
Hail, friend. Would you like to join in our game of hiders and seekers? You may decline, but I will warn you that the children are quite tenacious. I had no choice but to surrender when they found me. Alas, they're still as energetic as they were when we started playing, and I've grown weary. Could you assume the role of seeker for a while? When you're ready, climb up to the gazebo and begin counting down. Rest assured, there is no need to venture beyond Tyfield's walls to find the children. Good luck. So, another hide-and-seek game, eh? I like how they have a lot of the things they already had in the regular Shire in the Yondershire. But we're getting deeper and deeper
How do you do?
into the Yondershire. We're already synchronizing another stable master. I feel like I must have missed some quests in the initial area. In No Bottle and Foxton Road, maybe. But if I miss anything, I can always compare it with the wiki, with the quests they have in there.
Just a moment.
What do I like in a ℂ𝕠𝕟, you ask? The smaller the better. When you have as many friends and relations as I do, a lot of ℂ𝕠𝕟s find their way into your home. Is it ℂ𝕠𝕟 or is it ℂ𝕠𝕟? Actually, let me see if there's a pronunciation for that. Let's listen.
ℂ𝕠𝕟.
ℂ𝕠𝕟? Or is that just the text to speech kind of sounding weird?
ℂ𝕠𝕟.
ℂ𝕠𝕟. I'm going to say it ℂ𝕠𝕟 for now. I'm not entirely convinced about this. Yeah. That's definitely not right. Okay. I just went for the first result there. So is it ma or is it may? Is it the first or the second one that I said? The first would be ℂ𝕠𝕟, the second would be ℂ𝕠𝕟, or perhaps neither of them. I like to keep things tidy, so smaller ℂ𝕠𝕟s mean they take up less space, which means I am less bothered.
What do do you need?
Welcome to Yondershire. What brings you to the farming hamlet of ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟, friend? Shrews
Take a moment
Clues.
of your time.
I like the name of this quest. Shrews Clues. I am a little embarrassed, Machai, but perhaps you can help me with something. I've always kept my bounder supplies within a small shed. I never thought I needed to worry that someone might break in, but that very thing has happened, and I know the identities of the culprits. Frodheart turns a bright pink. It's shrews, Machai. They buried right under the wall of my shed and made a terrible mess. Worse still, they ran off with an important map of mine, and they have likely turned it all to pieces by now. Can you find all the pieces of the map and return them to me so I can put it back together? Of course, my bounder friend, of course. My fellow
Might I
bounder.
speak with you a moment?
Have you got the time to help us search for a missing hobbit? Reginald is his name. He ventured out of Tyfield a day ago and hasn't returned. I'm rather concerned. The poor fellow has a reputation for being unlucky. There was a time when Reginald wasn't as plagued by misfortune, but... well, that's not my story to tell. He was headed towards a campsite in the marsh to the west. I'm sure he can handle the local wildlife just fine, but goblins are another story. There are quite a few of them in the ruins to the northwest. I do hope he hasn't run into them. Uh-oh.
Can I take a moment of your time?
Welcome to the hamlet of Tyfield. I am Frodheart Took, bounder at your service. Maybe I should have read this first. We here in Tyfield are mostly farmers. We live the quiet life and enjoy a round of golf and Foxton Heath every now and again. We're also known for our rope making. Are you staying in Yondershire for long? I recommend that you explore the hamlet of Tyfield, checking out our most notable sites, the village centre, Tyfield Farm and the Elbows Bend, the finest tavern in all of Yondershire. When you're done, you should journey to the village of Gamwich. Gaitha Beatbrush is a game hunter there and a fearsome bounder as well. You should meet her. I'd love to meet a fellow fearsome bounder. Does she have a good spear and javelin in her hands like me? A piercing spear and a stalwart javelin in the a piercing spear in one hand
Pleased to be of
and a
service.
deadly javelin in the other. That's Machai for you. Machai Sterling. Officially now, Machai Sterling. Yes, I can get used to that name. The Westron or common speech has been entirely translated in English equivalents. Yes, yes. All Hobbit names and special words are intended to be pronounced accordingly. For example, Bolger has a G as in bulge, and Mathom rhymes with fathom. Okay. Okay. The Lord of the Rings Appendix E, writing and spelling pronunciation of words and names. Thank you, Weaver. That is straight from the horse's mouth right there, so there's no mistake. Yeah, one of the most fascinating things that I found out when I finished reading Return of the King was that it's always a translation. Everything we're hearing them say, everything we're reading them say, is not actually the language they're using. Usually in fantasy worlds, they're using English, like they are speaking in the English we hear them speak, if English is the main language. Even though it has different origins right there. Magical Ducky, you are now a superstar, you maniac. Thank you for that follow. And, you know, it just has a different origin. Probably not even called English, right? It's called Basic or whatever. But Tolkien, especially because of his linguistic background, really went in deep with the fantasy world right there. Something that makes sense. This is not Earth. Or well, it's Earth long before it is Earth. So, English is not really going to be a thing. They're actually speaking in an entirely different language. But for the sake of us, for the sake of the readers in this dimension, we have to see it in English. But it's not really what they're saying, is it?
What do you need?
Red. I like red things. When it comes to Mathoms, he likes red things. Very straightforward. Very straightforward right there. Alright. Let's deliver some beer right here. Or some brew. It may not be beer. But we're gonna have a good time. The Elbows Bend is a popular establishment in Tyfield. Wow, it's just as crowded, if not more, than the other one. I think it's not more crowded. It gives the impression that it's more crowded because there's less space. I love the look of it. So lively, so lively. You know, when the pandemic is finally truly over, I'm gonna be very happy to come back to these sorts of places. Just a lively amount of people sitting on a table with friends and stuff, right? Because the pandemic is not over. It's not over. Please be careful. Please be careful, everyone. Yeah, for example, being at close quarters with so many people, right? Like this, it's dangerous still. It's dangerous still to do something like that. So yeah. Let's see.
Good day.
I was wondering would someone would come around. I am nearly out of drink. You saved this establishment and no mistake. Please make sure to have a token of my gratitude before you leave. Absolutely. Have a brew in the house before you head out. I graciously accept. I must accept. There's something I want. There's some other things we gotta talk about, Miss Twistnot.
How do you do?
What makes for a good mathon? Well, anything, I suppose. If I receive a mathon I don't like, I simply pass it along to someone else. Personally, though, I like receiving a mathon suited to my hobbies. Best mathons I ever received are a hammer, a bundle of cheesecloth, and a short sword. For 3 separate hobbies, of course. Why do you ask? Are you offering? If so, a new wooden spoon would be great. I lost my old one during what I choose to call a grain mashing incident. Fascinating.
Stay and have some tea.
Excuse me, but could I ask you to pick some wolf wheat for me? None of the shops around here have any in stock, and I needed to cook some very special dishes. Why can't I get it myself? Because of the wolves, silly! I'm no slouch in the scrap, but fighting wolves is not for me. If you find some, I'd gladly pay you for them. Very well, very well. We're gonna have to get into some fights with wolves, apparently, to get that. I mean, it's called wolf wheat for a reason, right? I will gladly do so. Most of the quests we have been doing so far have not involved much of a fight. But don't worry, we'll get to them. Listen to this lovely music, though. This is new music. This has got to be the work of Bill Champagne, right? Yes, I'd like to take a look at, listen at the soundtrack of the Yondershire. They might have it in the official channel on YouTube. Or Bill Champagne has it on his own channel, maybe? They kinda mix it up sometimes.
Welcome, traveler.
Interesting. Cooking utensils, small things, and things that are red. A third of that information is very useful. You know, my friend's a brewer. Maybe a wooden spoon will make a good gift. Oh, and you know what? I'm no stranger to whittling. Perhaps I could make it for her myself. Is it proper to whittle a wooden spoon? I suppose I'll find out. Thank you for helping me. I feel so relieved to have a direction to go in. The perfect present. I'm glad to be of service, Miss Heartstep. Hold on. Let me close this up properly. I wanted to zoom in on the face because it looked like he was lacking some detail there for some reason. These hobbit children will be playing some hide and seek. We'll be playing some hide and seek later. With the hobbit children around here. It's mostly the children, I think. The sleepy village center of Typhil comes alive on market day. Wonderful. I'm taking so many screenshots, by the way. You're not seeing it, but I am. Upset hobbit. What happened here? And all the chicken running around. That's how you say the plural of chicken, right? Chicken, not chickens. I might be getting it wrong. How many chicken do you have? How much chicken do you have? Yeah, actually, I think it's chickens. How many is what you say, not how much for them. Oh, well, actually, no, it's the same as fish, right? It's chickens? Okay. Because how many fish and how much fish do you have are both correct, but it's different context. Speaking of linguistics, right? I have a background in linguistics myself too, so I'm always concerned about these things. I want to be as fully accurate as possible. Also because I hate misunderstandings. This sprawling form of Typhil bustles with activity. Very nice. Look at that huge goat. The absolute goat right there. It has been so lovely to see the sights of the Yondershire so far. I feel like we're already like halfway through the Yondershire with how deep we've gotten into it. But there's probably way more to do, especially in terms of quests and the big conspiracy with potentially LOTRO Sackville Baggins. Oh, fishies! Yeah, you can call them fishies. Fishies, like my precious. I can't do a golem voice, but that's the closest I have. Let's not go into combat with that yonder board. There's no need for that. What we're looking for right here is some wolf wheat, which seems to be around the area. Let me see if I can find it. We're gonna have to get into some scraps, probably. We can handle them. Famous last words, right? No, but really, I think we can handle the enemies. The scene that I think the most when I say stuff like that, there's this scene in Game of Thrones. Without going into heavy spoilers, a character says, we can handle them when faced with a big army, and then a giant dragon just appears overhead and starts burning down their army. So yeah. Famous last words indeed. Okay, we collected the wolf wheat. Doesn't look like there are wolves, it's more like there are boars around here. Might be speaking too soon though. Oh, we have bears. We have bears though. There are some bears around here. More wolf wheat here. We're about to get another ad break here. For 90 seconds as always. Actually, I'm gonna let Excalibur tell you that.
Well, we have to take a break, but don't worry. It'll only be 90 seconds long, and we'll stick with all the action in picture.
It should be picture-in-picture at least. Because sometimes there are ads and they don't use picture-in-picture. I hate it when they do that. One more left. Let's be careful with this boar. We might have to fight it. Okay, there we go. Let's talk to Hennepin Twistnot. Did I have any other quests in here though? I have so many. Like, I just have to put them back in here. This is why I felt that I was still missing some quests in the first area. Because I forget to put some again in the quest tracker. I forget to return some of them into the quest tracker. Look at this field of flowers, it's so lovely. Reminds me of some fields of flowers that I've done myself in Animal Crossing New Horizons. Which, by the way, I returned to yesterday because I now need to start being active on the game again. I missed summer of last year on that game, so summer of this year I want to get back to it. Start catching some new fish. I caught the elusive ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕉 fish. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. I have fond memories of the ℂ𝕠𝕟 from the original Animal Crossing, and it was raining for a lot yesterday on my island, so I was able to get lucky there and catch a nice ℂ𝕠𝕟. I was actually looking for other fish, but I was able to get that one. Right before it stopped raining too, actually. But I still have to catch some others. Mahi, Giant Trevally. Some others whose names I forget. Oh, stolen map scraps we have to collect. Where do we get those? So I might do some more fishing later today, as I get back in the game. Watching catting in black and white is where it's at? Did you put my stream in black and white? That's fascinating. Can you share a screenshot of that, Weaver? That would be fun. That would be fun to look at. Yeah, I could probably set a monitor to be black and white temporarily. I remember once watching the 50th anniversary special to Doctor Who, the Day of the Doctor, in black and white. Just for the occasion, right? After the first watch I did, I had already watched it, but for a rewatch, I watched it in black and white. Like the classic episodes with the first and second Doctor. That was a fun experience. But let's see. Okay, shrews. We have to defeat shrews. Right. Shrews clues. Try saying that 3 times fast. Oh, your phone has a bedtime mode. Okay. That's so amusing. And it sets it in black and white. Is that to save battery? It would make sense if that's the case. I like it. I like it. My outfit, I like to think my outfit looks really good in black and white like that. So yeah. Yeah, let's talk to Miss Twistnot here. I got what you need. Do me a flavor. Oh, I just realized the pun here. Do me a flavor. They have not held back here with the names of some quests, with the naming of some things. Thank you so much. You saved my week. See, I have a friend coming to visit from afar. Until now, we've only exchanged letters. This is my first time meeting her in person, and I'm keen on making a good first impression. Nice. I'm glad I could help with that. Juicy, tender pork chops. 3 pieces of delicious crispy bacon. Were it cooked any longer, it would be burnt. Were it cooked less long, it would not be as crispy. And a full breakfast. A full breakfast of scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon, mushrooms, and hash browns. Let's get that one. A full breakfast, let's go. Let me take a drink for the road here, since we are here. Let's take a drink of a not bottled brew. We'll do that one. And it's time to get some food here too. Well, not that one, because I'm too low level for that. We're gonna have the last of the hard biscuits I have. 1 carrot soup. And superior fried mushrooms. Let's go. We're gonna get into some combat with some shrews. This will come in handy. Especially since they're higher level than me, right? I would be able to be fine even without the boosts. But it's always good to have them. For maximum power. And when I run out of these, I'm also going to cook them again. Farm them with Bolston, who is my main farmer. And then my main cook right now is Grizzlebird. My other Hobbit character. Hobbit burglar, sorry. Where the blazes are the shrews, though? Have to be defeating some shrews around here, right? Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. I have nothing with the boars. There's supposed to be shrews around here, right? This is like the area of search. Okay, it's a wide search area. It's a wide search area. Let's keep going down. When eating food is extreme over preparation, yeah. I'm sure that's not exclusive to LOTRO, though. I kind of do the same in Final Fantasy XI, actually. Might as well. Might as well optimize yourself even further. But next time, I'm not gonna brew so many different kinds of food. I'm just gonna have one of each type, like in gameplay types: trail, cooked, and fortifying, respectively. Because I just did a bunch of different dishes, which is fun to do, but next time I'll just focus on one at a time. And I'll send them to Machai, or whoever is my active character at the time. Remember that after we finish the Yondershire, we are going to create the final character for now, which will be the Dwarf Brawler. You little thief! Fight me! Let's do this great gambit. All the first 3 skills. We're using power attack. Let's go. That power attack packs a huge punch. We should continue using it. That's a good gambit to have right there. Bite and Knicker Breaker. That's not the one we're looking for. Though it would contribute towards the deed to defeat insects. Right now I have 60. But that's the basic one. The advanced deed might involve more. Let's keep searching here. The search area for this is very, very wide. Here we go. Sorry, little fellow. But, you know, you are a little thief. I must get what you stole. Potentially. Yeah, we still haven't gotten anything. Let me see if it's from here. Yeah. No luck with these shrews so far. No, we have some more breakers. Not the ones we're looking for. Not the wolf. Do we have anything with the wolves? No, just to defeat beasts in the Yondershire. Still. There was an area with shrews, I think, that had more than the others, but we'll go for this for now. Oh, the stun didn't work. Well, no worries. We have the power attack. Power. That's a great punch right there. Okay, we got one there. Have I gotten just very unlucky with those map scraps? Maybe I just did get unlucky at the beginning. 2 out of 8. And let's avoid that fight. I'm not looking for those breakers there. Not the wolf. Not the breaker. Not the harvest fly. These shrews are difficult to find. But I recall there was an area earlier that had like more shrews than usual. Close to a farm, maybe? I'm not sure. It's not this area though. This is one of the farms, I believe. And yeah, we are back to no bottle. Back to the surrounding area to no bottle. Lovely looking farm right there, right? There's the pigs, goat. Just very peaceful farms all around the Yondershire. Much like the Shire in that sense, much like the ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒𝕠𝕟𝕤. I like that they call it the ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟. Makes perfect sense, right? Hither and yonder. But right now we are yonder. There we go, the stun worked this time, and we've done some really good damage. Look at that. I would have thought we would do less damage, or it would have more health because it's a higher level than me. But maybe the shrews have lower health than other enemies because of the kind of enemies they are. Oh no! Ah! I didn't want to drop down here because I saw the shrew over there. That's alright. Oh no! But we have the shrew right here. That was a lot of damage though. 18 seconds. Hey Catalyst, great to see ya. How am I doing? I'm having a great time here in the Yondershire. What about you? How's your Thursday going? We are now halfway through with the stolen map scraps. Oh yes, let's face this shrew right here. Let's go immediately into melee combat. Ikuzo, fight! Tatakai no toki wa ima, tatakai no toki ga kita. The time for a battle is here. A relaxing day of work. That's wonderful to hear. Those days are always the best. 5 out of 8. Those days are always the best. I know the feeling, Catalyst. Is that a shrew? Yes. You little thief. Sorry, but this is necessary. Oh, painful necessity. Like, they are creatures that are not hostile, right? So I hate killing them. But it's necessary. 2 more left. Careful with the wolves. The Yondershire wolves. Let's take care of that shrew right there. One more left. Careful with the harvest fly over there. So many red enemy names. But as you can see, we're just fine. No issue. No big issue, at least. If they gave me bleed effects or something like that, it would be a little bit more clutch, probably. But that's the benefit of being a warden. I remember being able to do a lot of fellowship and small fellowship quests with my first character when I was still learning the game and all that, which was a guardian. My first character is a main guardian, ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟. You've seen ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟 on the stream before, I think, though it may have been a while. Well, let's get into this fight then. You ended up giving up on this game in the end? Haven't played it in months? That's alright. Now, if you come back to it, you'll find a lot of great things to see. Now that there's a lot of free-to-play content, and if you choose to subscribe, there's also a lot of great content too. They've done great things to the content they give, which was overdue, which is something they definitely had to do, so I'm glad they did. And this is the newest area in the game right now. For once, I'm actually able to play in the newest area. Because it's not a top high-level area. It's not like of the highest level cap and all that. Since I still don't have any characters at the level cap or anywhere close to it. One day perhaps. Just felt very single player to you? I see what you mean. I think that's both a good and a bad thing. For me, it's more of a good thing. But it depends on what you do, and if you get to a certain point in the game, you will have to do more raids and instances, I think. Just like any MMORPG, you will have to get into the group content, especially in the endgame. raiding is very common then. So you will have that multiplayer aspect there for sure. For sure. Now we bring those map scraps back to ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕠𝕟𝕤. Hold on though. Let me see what other quests I had right here. Bar Faroth and the Yondershire. I'm gonna set that as the active quest. If I don't do them right now, that's perfectly fine. We can put them on the quest tracker later. Even if we're far away from the area where that's supposed to take place, that's okay. We'll just go to where we have to go. As far as it is, as far as it might be. As far away as it might be. I am still surprised though that I'm still level 18. I was hoping that I would get experience much faster because the things I'm doing are higher level than me. But before long, we're gonna get to that level 19. I have 10,618 out of 11,575 experience. We're like 1,000 points away. As we continue doing these quests, we'll get there and listen to that music. That new music. You won't hear this music in the Shire. AKA the regular Shire. Chief's Bounder? Well, 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 you little scoundrel. I see you. I see your true loyalties. You'll regret that. LOTRO is not gonna have a good time in the future. No spoilers, but yeah. I was hoping for more of a group experience with my friends, but it turned out you could do everything alone, and choosing to be a healer simply made things more tedious. Really? What healing class were you using? Minstrel, Runekeeper, something else? I think Lord Master can be a healer too, but correct me if I'm wrong. I might be very wrong about that. Bjorning. Minstrel, good old Minstrel. I see what you mean.
Is there something I can do for you?
You found every scrap of the map. Wonderful. You see, this map holds the location of a treasure that I buried for safekeeping many years ago. It was so many years ago that I have rather forgotten what the treasure was, but with the map restored, I will be able to dig it up and find out. It had to be something valuable. Why else would I have drawn a map? Follow the map and dig up the treasure, Magi. I am very curious to learn what I thought to hide. I am also very curious, ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕠𝕟. Let me set this as a quest guide focus specifically. Let's go right towards it. We're gonna mount up. Is this really gonna be a lot of treasure? I get the feeling it's gonna be some sort of toy or memento. Nothing too big. But it tends to be a common plot twist for these sorts of quests and stories, right? Of some mystical treasure being buried. Hey, you're planning to start playing LOTRO soon? Do you think there's enough stuff to do in game for a hardcore player? Well, my initial answer would be yes, Red Ice. Red Ice, is that how you say the name? Or Red Ace? But that depends. What do you mean by a hardcore player? Hardcore in what sense? It was fun, but going around with my mates was too easy because the game difficulty was set to do everything alone. None of them ever needed me to heal them. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I understand that. This must be the location of ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟𝕠's hidden treasure. The second one, Red Ace? Red Ace? Hopefully I said it right. But yes, it depends on what you mean by a hardcore player. My initial answer is yes, but I may have it wrong. You find an old coffer buried in the ground. Let's see. The treasure is a set of old golf clubs. I thought it said gold golf clubs for a moment, and I was like, oh, okay, that is a treasure, but no, just golf clubs. It's gotta be valuable to him in some way, though. Just play some golf. Maybe use a goblin head next time. You tend to play your games all day long every day until you're out of stuff to do? Then the answer is indeed yes, Red Ace. It is a huge yes. You will find a lot of questing. Do you like questing? Do you like going through the story and exploring areas? You will love this game. Do you love PvE? You will love this game. And there will be no shortage of things for you to do, especially if you keep doing more than just the main quest line. Keep going through it. They recently updated the free-to-play model to add a lot of new content to it. You will find no shortage of things to do. Yes, okay, yeah. This is definitely for you, Red Ace. Play your 12-hour sessions, play your 16-hour sessions, go for it. 8-hour sessions, whatever the time is. And you'll have a good time. I know because I've been there. And before they even had as much free-to-play content as they do now. You found the game had a lot in it, even if it wasn't for you? Oh yeah, that's fair enough, Catalyst. It's a good assessment. I'm sorry it wasn't the game for you, but you gotta do what you gotta do what's best for you, for sure.
What do you need?
What games are you playing now, Catalyst? Ah, of course, I remember now. I buried my golf clubs to keep them safe while Foxton Heath was being tidied up and restored so he could serve as a golfing course once again. You ask why he buried the clubs instead of keeping them safe in his shed, and he laughs. Are you quite mad? I can't keep them in there. The shrews are always getting into that shed. Yonder hobbits, you think to yourself. Wow. There you go, there you go. Shrews Clues. I love the name of that quest. I still love it. No, I am not a free-to-play only player, but those are things that you do only as free-to-play. Like, it's very notable because they open a lot of new areas now for free-to-play only. I mean, I'm not a subscriber, but I was subscribed before. I have spent money for LOTRO points, so I got a lot of new features opened up for me. To get premium currency for free, so what you're probably referring to is the LOTRO points currency. You can earn them by doing a lot of stuff in-game, but it is a little bit of a grind. I recommend checking out Big Ed Mostafa because he knows more about that in the official LOTRO stream team. So... well, not just Big Ed Mostafa, you can probably look online guides for that sort of thing. Lyren! We have Lyren right here with the invasion. Hello there.
We'll die for our king, we'll die for our king.
And our swords will be stained by their blood.
We'll die for our king, we'll die for our king. And our swords will be stained by their blood.
Hello, Lyren Raiders! Everybody coming in with the invasion from another dimension from the Lyren 1986 dimension. I am Kaiden Tajigin. Or, well, let me introduce myself properly, actually. I am your superstar host, the multi-dimensional Tajigin Kaiden, a sentient star cluster brought into human-ish form for the worlds of VTubing, idling, Middle-earth, and more. Great to see you. Hope you are doing great as well, Anubis. Welcome everybody from the stream. Can we give a shout out to Lyren right there? What were you doing, LOTRO again? And if so, what were you doing in it? We are exploring the Yondershire for the first time. It's such a great time. It's such a great time. Oh, you started playing Stellaris recently, Catalyst. Ooh, yeah, a 4X game like that, it's always a good time. I want to play that game someday. I think it was on discount recently on Steam, but I didn't buy it. Ooh, that reminds me, I need to check out today's free Epic game. I'm gonna make a note for that right now. LOTRO level camp instance, group play on Captain. Nice, nice. So you were buffing up your party members and all that? Healing them, maybe? Let's get back to the game now. I am having such a great time in the Yondershire for the first time right now. We've started to uncover the conspiracy involving potentially Lothal, Sackville, Baggins, brewing a bunch of things and just being absolutely fascinated by the liveliness of the area. I thought it was gonna be more of a desolate kind of Shire because of the circumstances, but it's a different story. Ooh, Wolfenstein this week, nice. Which Wolfenstein? How's everybody else doing? What have you been playing, if you have been doing that? Or what other dimensions have you experienced? Meaning, have you watched any TV shows or movies or anything? Yesterday I had a great time with the latest episode of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Incredible stuff they're doing in it. Very bold as well. They are bold. Like General Kenobi, you are a bold one. Camellia smiles brightly as you and Bingo arrive.
Is there something I can do for you?
Welcome, Machai. Have you come to Yondershire for Angelica's housewarming party? How lovely. I had my hands full keeping Dinodaz and Marigold out of trouble, but Mother entrusted me with the task and I will not let her down. You ask Camellia where her brother and sister have gone, and a look of sudden panic crosses her face. What? They were here a minute ago. I took my eyes off them for just a moment and they vanished? That is so typical, Machai. Can you track them down for me? Marigold had been talking about seeing the elf ruins to the west of here, but where Dinodaz might have gone is a mystery to me. Maybe Marigold will know? She had better. Oh dear, what a conundrum. Wolfenstein, the New Order. Oh, right. That's what you were saying. I got it. For a moment, I thought you were talking about the games you were gonna play this week. My bad. I'm definitely gonna get that one. Lately, they've been releasing some amazing games. They released the entire... This is already too late, though. You can't get it for free anymore, but... They had the entire BioShock trilogy! Maybe that would be great to play on the stream soon. I played the first 2 BioShocks to completion, and I played a little bit of Infinite, but I didn't complete that one. So it would be good to revisit them. I love the gameplay. It's a very, very fun kind of gameplay for it. I would be very happy to do that again. So, where were we? We are just doing everything around the Yondershire that is nearer to us. So, those are the quests we're doing right now. But yeah, Red Days, I hope that answered your question about all the things you had. Any other questions, feel free to ask. Of course, I am not a big LOTRO expert, but perhaps other people here in the chat can answer that. Yeah, about the LOTRO points, I think I didn't say this, but check out guides. There are good guides for farming that out there if you're very concerned about that. But for now, before any of that, just continue playing the game normally, and you'll find that you get a nice amount of LOTRO points that maybe will unlock something. Like if you do all the free-to-play areas, by the time you finish with all of them, you will be with enough LOTRO points for whatever the next area is. Maybe the Great River by that time, I don't even know at this point. You basically have all of Eriador for free, which is all of this. Correct me if I'm wrong though, maniacs. All of this is free now. All of this is free to play now. All that is Eriador at least, because they show a little bit that's not Eriador. But the Troll Shaws, North Downs, Angmar, Forokil, Evendim, the starting areas are at Lewin, the Shire. Now the Yondershire, look at that! Kinda looks bigger than the Shire, doesn't it? That's kind of funny. Bree Land, the Lone Lands, those were already free before. The Misty Mountains. Those are for free, I think. Is Moria free as well? I don't remember that. Or do you need to subscribe for that one? Because now you get it with a subscription, or at least, you know, some expansions are now with a subscription automatically, so you don't have to buy them separately.
A lovely day,
Which is a model that a lot of MMOs have used for a while, and I'm glad LOTRO finally caught up. All free up to and including Helm's Deep, so it's way more! It's way more than I was saying. There you go, thank you, Lyron. Yeah. So, what level is Helm's Deep? Level 95, there you go. It's a ton of content. Hours and hours and hours. What is that gonna be? Over 100 hours of content, depending on how you go about it. I haven't even gotten that far in the game, because of my huge alcoholism and ambitions. Ooh, I like the look of her. You can tell she's a very stalwart figure. She's a very rough kind of bounder. Not too dissimilar than my character here, than Machai. If I take off the helmet... Well, her hair is not as rough as hers, but some similarities here. I'm gonna take off my cap, actually, because I'm kind of like... The situation with the bounders here is a little bit different, isn't it? That's gonna be my outfit variation for this area. I like to have a different outfit whenever I get into a new area, like a new season of an anime, you see? You have found Ganwich, our pleasant little home tucked away in the Yondershire woods.
Hello.
You're looking for Gaitha? Why, that's me! I am a member of the Yonderwatch, but game hunting is my first love, and it is something at which I excel. Stay a while and see what our peaceful and productive village has to offer. There are a number of interesting sights to discover here. The hunting trail, the old fishing hole, and of course the finest tower in all of Yondershire, the Brimful Quiver. I'm looking forward to visiting that.
Please, stay a moment.
You there! Do you think you have what it takes to become the best hunter of game in all of Yondershire? Bold words, bold words! Well, I'll be the judge of whether you're worthy of boasting or not. How's about I put you to the test? Ganwich can always use more food in the stores for winter. Hunt each of the creatures to be found throughout Yondershire and return to me, and perhaps I will make you an honorary hunter of Ganwich. Well, well, well. We're gonna hunt with javelins. Think about that. Javelin hunting. Because I'm a warden. That should be an interesting experience.
Did you need something?
That's gotta give me extra points, surely. Surely, Gaitha. Hope I'm saying her name right. But for now, let's visit the tavern. Is this where it is? No. This is the quick post.
Might I have a word with you?
Yeah, this is the quick post quest, which I'm not going to do right now. I'm leaving all the mail delivery quests for later. Bothersome neighbor. I get the feeling she figures into the quick post quest. Let's see.
Might I have a word with you?
No, it doesn't. Sounds similar to the nosy hobbits, which are the ones you have to avoid for those quests. The small pond is a lovely place for a picnic. Indeed. Well, not in the pond, surely. Let's see what other areas we're meant to found. Oh, we have the hobby master here, so you can do some fishing. That's very fitting.
How do you do?
Yeah, let's stream fishing. Stream fishing with Matcha. I might as well do that. I still haven't done that.
Could I take a moment of your time?
Hello, my capable and well-armed friend. I am the soon-to-be preeminent food historian, Wingard Puttyfoot. I happen to be looking for a research assistant. Someone to help me with all the drudgery. If you're interested, meet me in front of Oslagorath. Well, okay. She's a very weird sort of person. What's up with this? All gather in this small establishment to tell hunting tales. Aha, a hunting sort of village. Look at how lovely it all is, though. Again, a lively tavern in the Yondershire. I love this so much. Lively places like this are great. While we're having the ad break, I gotta take another quick bio break, everyone. Let me see, I can sit here somewhere. I think that will make a good place to rest for a moment. Yeah. I'll be right back. Stay connected to the multidimensional portal. Thank you for waiting. We're just chilling on the tavern right now. Just having a chill time with all the patrons. And now I'm gonna go for the good stuff. I'm gonna go for a drink. Because I have drink delivery to do here. And they always give you a nice token of gratitude. Which is a very nice thing to do, of course. With ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕠𝕟𝕤.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Hello there. I am glad to see you. I was almost out of no bottle brew. Have a drink to quench your thirst. You earned it. Have a brew in the house before you head out. I'll gladly do so, Master ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕟𝕤. And while we're at it, I didn't do this last time and I should have done it. Let me buy the unique... they have a couple of unique ales here. I'm gonna get 3 of each. I just like having like the drinks for fun and drinking them like that. What is this? The basics of fishing. Oh, yeah. Okay. Introduction, how to fish. Click on the hobby button. Oh, yeah. It's been such a long time since I fished. that would be a good idea to just set it here again. Just in case. I don't think I'm really gonna do any fishing with Machai. It would be more helpful to do it with Grizzlebird because he's a cook. He's my other Hobbit character also. Makes sense too, right? He's a burglar, but he's also a great chef. That's why his party likes him. Just kidding though, just kidding. They also appreciate his skills as a burglar. Much like the dwarves that quested for Erebor, the Lonely Mountain. You're thinking of picking Warden as a starter? Yeah, you can go for that, but it's an advanced class in the game because of their combo system, their gambit system mostly. There may be other factors, but I honestly don't know what they are. So as a starter class, some people will not recommend it in that way, but if it works out for you, it can work out for you. You just have to, well, you're gonna have to learn the game and also learn the unique Warden system. Because you do certain combos, like you do gambits, you do some skills that allow you to do, depending on the way you combine those skills, depending on which skill you did after another, is the way you do it. Right above my health and my morale and my power bar, you can see this thing called the Gambit default. That's the little bar that keeps track of the combos you're doing. Combos is what you can call them, basically. Oh, this is the postman. We're not interacting with them right now.
Might I have a word with you?
So, there's that. It would be maybe a little difficult as a first class. Used to be available only by spending some money because you had to unlock it, but it's been opened up now. The only class that's not available to everyone now is the latest Brawler class because, you know, it's still very recent. All the other 10 classes, I believe, are available for everyone. And I think High Elf and Stout Axe Dwarf are still locked. So you still have to unlock them, but those are races, not classes. Still worth mentioning though. What about Bjorning? Yes, I think that's a good class to start with because you can do anything in terms of a role in a party. Haven't played enough with the Bjorning to see that. But you can be anything. You can be a healer, you can be DPS, you can be a tank. Is that jack of all trades? No. More than a jack of all trades. Oh, High Elf is unlocked? Okay, thank you Fahrenheit. Yeah, so only Stout Axe Dwarf is the one that's not unlocked. So they even opened High Elf. Yeah, it's been a while since they had High Elf. I think it came with Mordor, which means it's been 5 years for heaven's sake. So that makes sense. What was I going to say though? What was I going to say about classes again? No, I think I said everything there. Anyway, Mago Bones holds up a tattered old doll and draws your attention to his missing boot. Excuse me, but my friend Mr. Pondfoot here lost one of his shoes in the pond. Could you fish it up for him? He says he'll reward you handsomely for your efforts. I think I see it glowing down in the water. Okay, do I have to use my fishing rod for this? Hold on. Oh ho! I think I have to actually do some fishing here. Is this what I have to do? Fish for the tiny waterlogged boot. Well, okay, I'm glad I got the fishing hobby right now. I just need to get a fishing rod. Is there a seller for that here? Hold on. Tavern Keep. Supplier. Provisioner. Because the hobby master doesn't have it, right? Misty Bulger, I just realized she's a Bulger. Like Fredegar. Fatty. Fatty Bulger. Dude, can we get a fishing rod for anyone from anyone here?
Did you need something?
She didn't give me a fishing rod, right? Yeah, she didn't give me one. Oh, no, wait, she did give me one. My bad. I recall incorrectly. Gonna have to equip that. We'll re-equip the shield and the spear in a moment. Let me see here. How is it that I fished again? It's been a while. It's been a while. Let's wait. See, this makes me think of Animal Crossing so much. Because I'm back to it and doing some fishing on it. What did I get out of that? Oh, we did get the boot. Okay. Yes, I'm remembering fishing now. It's been a while.
Hello.
You also enjoy collecting stuff like titles, mounts, transmogs, and stuff like that. This game has those things, right? Well, titles, yes, it has plenty of them. It's the ones you use on your character. For example, the one I'm using right now, hold on, is Spearman of the March. It's a title that I get from the Warden class, from completing Warden class quests, if I recall correctly. And I have the list of them here. Like, they appear on your character, right? Then, mounts, yes, but you may have to start... Depends on what you do to collect them. To collect a lot of mounts, there's mainly two things you do. There's other things, but these are the main two things to get you a lot of mounts. One is to participate in the festivals, and with the festival currency that you get, you collect them. They're quite expensive, and you may only get like 1 or 2 per festival. The others you're gonna have to spend money for the mithril coins that will give you the mounts from previous years and others. The other way is to... What was it? What was I gonna say? I forgot. I forgot the other way. I think it's to spend money. Yeah. What was it? What was I gonna say? I forgot. But yeah, that thing. And then for transmogs, in this case it would be cosmetics. I assume that's what you mean. And well, yeah, just cosmetics. You can get them from all sorts of things. Oh yeah, again, it's the festivals. You get a lot of great cosmetics from the festivals. I don't have a lot of cosmetic outfits with this character, since she's still kind of new. But there's a few here, some that I got from already getting some expansions before. You may get them already because they're giving that content to everyone now. Some others that I get from festivals, or from being a long-time player like this, I think. This one is from a festival, I think. I could be wrong. I don't remember what this one was from. And this one I just got from like regular vendors, actually. But they work out. You don't have to farm like a maniac to get good cosmetics, unlike transmogs, if I understand transmogs correctly, because I didn't get into that part of WoW just yet. I'm not as experienced with World of Warcraft. But I think that's what you meant.
Just a moment.
Thank you. Mago takes the still soggy boot and works it onto their doll's foot. Mr. Pomfoot says he found this magic stone. He can't tell you what it does, only that you'll know what to do when the time is right. Magic stone? You mean this tater here? And I think we gotta level up at last. Level 19. It's giving me Destination Lonelands, but we're not going there. We're not going there. Not anytime soon. Can we get an exclamation mark level up in the chat? You're a maniac though? Hell yes, you're in the right place, my friend. You are in the right place. Welcome to the multi-dimensional madhouse. Let me re-equip my weapons here. I'm gonna lock that fishing rod. It wouldn't be a good idea to sell it. What am I supposed to do with that tater? I'm gonna send it to my... to Grizzleberg, to my cook. Thank you. Thank you, Red Ace. There's a command that everybody can use whenever there's a level up. Exclamation mark level up. Without any spaces. What was I gonna do? I wanted to reach a mailbox. I think now everybody can use the mail, but I may be mistaken. I forget.
Level up!
There you are. Thank you, Red Ace. Where was it? These are the bags that I'm looking at. Not this, not this. Well, never mind. I'll send it later, but the inventory is getting absolutely stacked right now. I think I'm gonna muddle my wits with this, but let's drink it. A fine cider of Gamwich, loved by its hunters. Flags of hooves and horns. Cider. Oh yeah, muddle my wits. Here comes that cute banter from Machai. Listen, listen, listen. She's so cute. This sounds like such a baby. Let's visit the hunting trail now, though we are very drunk. That's Machai. That's Machai's nature. She just loves her ales and her brews. See, I want to have a unique personality for all my characters. That's the kind of role-playing I want to do for them too. Maybe if I get more time in the future, I'll start writing some stories with them, publishing them in the Laurelin archives. That would be great. By the way, your stream looks great, feels really professional. I think you nailed the anime VTuber persona really well. What a wonderful thing to say, Red Ace. First of all, thank you. That is so kind of you to say, and your observation is very, very important to me. If it does feel that way, then it means I'm doing my job right, and I'm very happy about that. Much obliged. Much obliged. That is indeed the vibe I want to have, as the anime superstar I am. Coming your way in 2063, the Kainen Tajigen anime. Yeah, I'm putting some faraway date because I don't know. I don't know if it would happen anytime soon, but hey. When I get more money, I would love to do commissions of myself in an animation or something. Definitely for a future vocal cover video. But there you are, Red Ace. You are now officially a superstar, you absolute maniac. Thank you for that follow.
Might I have a word with you?
Hey, why are you snooping around? Trying to ruin my potatoes again? Why, I ought to... You don't know what I'm talking about. I admit I may have been a bit hasty. Sorry. It's just that all of my potatoes have sprouted, and it's too early for them to sprout. Something's not right. I'm not good at solving mysteries, but if you are, feel free to investigate the sacks over there. I mean, in case you haven't noticed, Red Ace, I call everyone, all my followers, all my fans, superstars and maniacs. Because I myself am a superstar and a maniac too. It doesn't take much to be one. And I mean that in a good way. These potatoes appeared completely fine. They seemed completely fine. What about this sack? These potatoes have sprouted, and is that a trail of potatoes? What is this? A potato mystery here. The trail leads away from Imbert's house. Whoa, let's see this here. Nani kore? This is a fun quest, let me see here. See, we just received a tater. The path leads to the hunting grounds of the North Moors. The hunting grounds. We completed from Tyfield to Gamwich as well. We're also discovering the hunting grounds. Yes, we may do some hunting of our own too. The potato trail ends right at this hobbit's feet. Well, well, well. What do you have to say for yourself? Eep! I'm sorry. I didn't want to steal those potatoes, honest. Some ruffians caught me eavesdropping, and one of them, Elgar Crowfoot, threatened me. I heard they were running low on supplies, so I offered to bring food to them if they let me go. Stealing from Imbert was easy enough. I just filled his potato sack with sprouted ones so he wouldn't notice until it was too late. But I knew I'd get found out in the end. Perhaps I can help you out with those ruffians, with those scoundrels. I don't know a thing about fighting, but you look like you do. If you could defeat Elgar, you scare off his friends from ever approaching Grand Gamwich, and I wouldn't have to steal any more food from my neighbors. Elgar is holed up in ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤𝕒 to the northeast. Maybe you could draw him out by stealing back the remaining potatoes. We have a lot to do in the ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕒 ruins right now. But for now, these are the hunting grounds, and we have a lot of hunting to do for all of these. Funny enough, you don't actually hunt the deer right here, which is fine with me. I'd rather attack the hostile creatures. So, yes, we have to defeat 6 bears. So let's do some javelin hunting. The game is blurry because I got drunk. Because I took a drink that gives an effect that models your wits, which means that you get drunk. And it does that effect on the game. There's different alcoholic effects, and this is the most extreme one. But we're gonna run out of it soon. There we go, it's going back to normal now. So if you go for the highest possible alcoholic effect, it says you muddle your wits, and it goes extremely blurry like that. What the heck is going on over there? Ah, Bogarts, eh? Do we have to hunt some goblins as well? We actually don't, but it might be a good idea to defeat them too. These look like a lot of enemies, but they're actually not that tough. They're very numerous because they're very weak by themselves. So it balances itself out, I would say. I kind of want to fight them, but we'll leave that fighting for later. We're busy doing other things right now. We also have to defeat some of these breakers right here. Ikuzo! Fight! Tatakai no toki wa ima, tatakai no toki ga kita. The time for battle is here. What is it that I sang right there in Japanese, you're asking? It means the time for battle is coming, the time for battle is here. Tatakai no toki da. Ikuzo! There's a lot of hunting we have to do here, so we'll be here for a while, I think. As we're defeating these creatures in the Yondershire. Quite the hunting trail. Like, you have to defeat 6 bears, 6 breakers, 6 shrews, 6 sickle flies, and 6 wolves. That's a lot. Concentrating right now on the battle so I can do the right gambits right there. That's the combos I was mentioning earlier, right? For those who don't know what the Warden class is like. Also, let me know if the game gets any louder than me at some moments. I do know that it gets a little bit louder during the battles, so I reduce the volume for that. You watch enough anime to know instinctively what it means. Nice. That's what I'm talking about, Red Ace. Do we have to defeat any shrews? Yes. So in total, 6 times 5, that's 35 enemies we must defeat. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. But I'll be glad to do that. This is quite the change of pace from all the quests we've been doing so far. Some of them have involved a little bit of fighting, but not as much as this. Let's take a stuffed cabbage. It's time to get some more meals and a drink for good measure, because why not? A carrot soup. I'm soon gonna run out of fortifying food, so it might be a good idea to cook some with my cook. And let's see, let's get a superior fried mushroom. Delicious, eh? I like mushrooms. I love mushrooms a lot personally. On pizza, on quesadillas, on soup. I love them in all sorts of ways. Not as much as I love pie though, although there's mushroom pie too. I'm gonna take a smaller drink this time. One that will not muddle my wits, hopefully. 1 mug of Hunter's Tale Ale, let's see. I'm quite merry. Okay, I didn't muddle my wits this time. It would get quite tiresome to have the blurry effect all the time, after all. Let's go after this shrew. You're not a fan of mushrooms? Yeah, that's alright. I personally like them. I absolutely love them. I haven't had mushroom soup in forever, actually. The last one I had was actually not to my liking. Or it may have been mushroom cream soup, which was actually not that good to me. Would be good to have another one sometime soon. There's this great restaurant that I go with some relatives sometimes. And, you know, it separates the people well enough, so it's still safe to go to it right now. In this still pandemic times, right? And I go for breakfast there most of the time, but they also have great lunches and dinners. And I hear they have great soups for lunch and dinner. And I wanna take a look at them. Would be good to visit it and see what it's like. I think one of those might be a mushroom soup, actually. Okay, we have a wolf right here. Let's go. Okami. That's how you say wolf in Japanese. Okami. Thank you to Kamen Rider for teaching me that. With Tokusatsu, you learn a lot of animal names because they use them a lot for like villains, for monsters, and also motifs for the transforming superheroes. Oh, you think mushrooms are delicious, Arojas? Yeah. Yeah, I share that sentiment quite a lot. Oh, not exactly, but you had some idea, Red Ace. That's fine. Yeah, tatakae, tatakae. Especially if you watch a lot of action anime or Japanese series with action, like Tokusatsu, you learn that word most likely. Or some video games that use the word in Japanese. Most games that say the word fight are going to say the word fight in English, regardless of what language they're in. But you may sometimes hear the word tatakae. Shobu, right? Showdown. Shobu. Shobu can translate to many things, but yeah. You thought of Wolf Children anime? You love mushrooms too, T? Join the club. Haha. Glad to have you here. Wolf Children anime? I don't know what that is, though. Speaking of wolves, let's go. These fights take some time, as you can see, because these enemies are higher level than me. This one is like 4 levels above me, for heaven's sake. But I'm still managing. The beauty of the Warden. I mean, I'm attributing it mostly to being a Warden, but there might be other factors. I think I would still be able to do decently with other classes. Probably something like a Minstrel would struggle here, I imagine. Maybe a Lord Master as well with the light armor, but a Lord Master might have more of a chance because they also have a companion that may be able to take the aggro for them, right? And do more damage with them. It's a movie, really wholesome stuff. Nice. Oh yeah, there's so many anime. There's so much anime that I have no idea about. Anime is a huge medium with no shortage of things after all. Yeah, this reminds me I need to catch up with Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush. What about you superstars? Are you watching any anime right now? Or any series? Doesn't have to be only anime. But yeah, since we're talking about anime, many anime series that I kinda dropped that I intend to get back to eventually, but there's also Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush, which I need to catch up with. I think I'm like 2 or 3 episodes behind now. It's been fun to watch it. I haven't watched any anime for years, pretty much. Yeah, I was also watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I kind of dropped that, but I'll get back to it eventually. Also Gate JSDF, as I call it. And I kind of dropped it too. I'll get back to it. I'm looking forward to Season 4 of Overlord, which is gonna come out very soon, actually. I need to check the date again. I need to check the date of that again. Oh, you love my accent, Norohas. Thank you so much. Thank you kindly. My accent can be quite a very multi-dimensional thing sometimes, depending on what I'm doing during the day. Oh my goodness, this is I thought this was a roving threat for a moment. I'm not gonna fight it. I think I'm gonna be in over my head if I go for that fight. I could get myself a boost to help me out here. Plus 5% attack damage for 6 hours. What do you think? Should I go for it? Let's go for it. Let's go for it. I take back what I said. I'm gonna be an absolute maniac here. I feel like Goku in Dragon Ball. Speaking of anime, just... It's a strong opponent. I gotta fight. I gotta fight. 2006, 2007 was the best time for you, anime-wise. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna have to focus on this fight. Let's go. I want to do the ambush combo here for maximum damage. A little bit of kiting might be a good idea, though. Let me do as much damage as I can from a distance. Though I gotta be wary of the enemies around me because there's other bears and other kinds of enemies. Okay, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. I get the feeling this bad boy is gonna pack a punch. Oh no! I should have interrupted that skill. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot worse. Because I have the gambit to interrupt the skill, but you gotta have good reflexes for that. Oh yeah, I'm losing health quite fast already. But I'm also being wary enough to remove the debuffs that I'm being given here. I gotta get away from there though, because that bear cub could be dangerous. That's not the skill I meant to do. Let me use a potion here. Also so I can clear the inventory a bit from them. There we go. Good game. If you have the emote, can you put some Kaide GGs in the chat? Just don't die, put up other dots as well? What other dots? What did you mean, Weaver? Might be too late for that, but... What did you mean? Did you mean other skills? Yeah. I still gotta learn some things when it comes to Warden combat. But I'm glad I pulled it off, you see? Level 24 elite enemy. Damage over time. And the thing about my skills Yeah, that's a good point. The thing about my skills is that I haven't even read what they do. Not in detail, at least. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. But eventually I will just be switching to a different character after I finish with this one. So, for now, it's okay. If I get into deeper content, though, it will be a good idea. Yes. Learning those things, I'm trying to get better at that. Crying into spear gets you another dot skill. Another damage over time skill. Impressive flourish. Oh, okay. I think I see which one you may have meant. Hold on, let me reset the gambits and see if I can do it here. Precise blow. Yeah, I think that's the one you meant. 61 light damage every 4 seconds for 24 seconds. You see? That's where the complexity of the warding class comes in. A complexity that I haven't bothered to get into so far. Yeah. Great advice, Weaver. Thank you. For now, we can continue the fight like this. I'm glad we pulled it off nonetheless. But maybe I would have done better without needing to use this potion if I had done it like that. But I'm glad to use those potions too because it clears my inventory of them, you know, before they become obsolete. So I use them when they're still on the level where they can be the most efficient. So I'm glad about that. I'm not supposed to be using potions every fight, but using them as much as I can. Let's see if we can fight it from here. Funny way to start the fight, right? I think it's gonna be able to make its way to me. No it's not. No it's not. Yes it is. Wait. It's slowly climbing the hill like that. Oh, this is so amusing. This is so amusing. Sorry, not sorry. Now that was an efficient fight, eh? I like it. I like it. Have we defeated enough bears? This is gonna be the last bear. Provided the fight goes well and all that. And yeah, there's a damage over time skill. I'm gonna try to remember it more. That's all the bears we need right now, so let's try to avoid those big boys now. Big boys and big girls. Oh, that's a good question, Red Days. I'm glad you asked that. Is the amount of live streams that I've done here on Twitch. Because I've done 1 live stream so far on YouTube, more to come in the future, but I'm not counting them towards that number. So this is stream number 378. We are getting closer to number 400. What are we gonna do for that? We had the 400 follower celebration that time. We opened 400 legacy packs in Master Duel. Remember that game? Oh dear. I am just not in the mood to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel anymore. It's a shame. It's a shame. I missed out on some nice things there from the last Battle Pass. Or well, not Battle Pass, Dueling Pass. Duel Pass is the proper word for it there. Yeah, 378 streams. Kind of feels like I've done more than that, you know? It actually feels like I've done more than that. Like that number is too low. Let's begin with the ambush. And comboing into that skill. The Warden class is definitely fun and definitely good for combat. If you like going into combat a lot, go for the Warden class. I mean, everybody goes into combat a lot because it's an MMORPG and there's a lot of enemies and stuff, but still. There are a lot of other activities to do that are not necessarily combat quests that don't necessarily put you in fights. Like we've seen so far. Many quests here in the Yondershire that didn't involve that. It's only until now that we're getting into so much combat. Let's avoid the wolves and the bears because we had enough of them already. It's a wide search area. But yeah, we have to go further down. I think we were supposed to go more towards the northwest maybe, but okay, let's go down. Let's go down and defeat more... more... What was it? Sickle flies? Not a single sickle fly yet. Shrews and breakers. Alright. I also remember we had stream number 300 last year. I don't remember what I did to celebrate, but we did a bunch of things. It's always good to have those special occasions. For example, the anniversary happened last February 11 of the live stream itself. Of like the first ever live stream. But my anniversary as a VTuber is a different story. Because that's coming in July. July 11. And yes, I want to do something special. I probably will do a subathon, which is what I did for the stream anniversary, which would also be the seasonal subathon. Every 3 months or so, I want to be doing something like that. It's a quarter of a year. So for each quarter of the year, it's a season, right? I think that works out very nicely. Maybe I'll change my outfit or do some other change to my visuals. Like I did last time. This is the last month of this season, right? The last month of the second quarter of the year. And I'm thinking maybe I will also start Final Fantasy XIV on that live stream to make it extra special. Or I'll just have Final Fantasy XIV be its own stream, perhaps on a Final Fantasy Friday. That's why I'm telling you, it's not gonna go any further than July, the day I finally start that game. Maybe it would be best to do it before, like at the very last day of June. The very last Friday of June, so I can dedicate the second half of the year to Final Fantasy XIV. Well, dedicate to an extent because it's gonna take a good chunk of my time. I know that game is gonna get me very addicted to it. And that's enough for the breakers. See, we were talking about my accent earlier. When it comes to the names of those things, it's kind of a mouthful to say it whole. I prefer to just call them breakers. Like the other part of the name, I kind of say it weird too, so I prefer to say breaker. Oh yeah, I was mentioning my multi-dimensional nature of my accent as well. Some days it just ends up being different than others. If I drink something cold, if I have something cold to eat or drink, it also influences that sometimes, you know? Typically cannot get into Eastern MMOs, tried FF14 like 3 times. Fair enough. I think FF14 is more different than other Eastern MMOs, at least in the terms of grinds and all that, right? Grinding and all of that fun stuff. Yeah. At least from what I heard, because again, I haven't played it yet. That one is good too, because target is drained of 65 morale, attacker gains 65 morale. I'm gonna try to do that offensive strike more often. It's with quick thrust and warden stomped. The spear and the yell, as we call them. Still have to defeat more shrews and sickle flies. But for the most part, I think there's a consistency to my sort of accent that I both like and dislike, but more like than dislike. My feelings are mixed about it, but steering towards the positive. It's much like my voice, you know? Some days I hear it and I hate the sound of it when I hear my past streams and stuff like that. Some days I like it. I like it very much. Rest in peace, you poor thing. Feel bad killing them. They are... Oh, wait. Did I need to kill another one of those? My bad. I actually didn't need to. Oh, I'm so sorry. And you too, Shrew. But I mean, they are kind of a pest. They are a plague on the Yondershire. Look at that. That damage. Huge damage right there. Oh, yeah. Don't worry about it, Red Ace. Don't worry about that at all. For the king, for the land, for the mountains. I will grant you the Emerald Sword. I will search for the Emerald Sword. Well, no need to search for it. Have I ever tried RuneScape or old school RuneScape? No, I have not. I've seen a lot of gameplay of it. I have a good friend of mine that plays it a lot. Not sure if he's still playing it right now, but I haven't really tried that game, no. Let's fight! Let's fight. Oh yeah, the shrews don't have a lot of health to them, so they're very easy to defeat. Now we're gonna go for sickle flies. It does not look like my cup of tea, Red Ace. RuneScape, but I mean any MMO, nearly any MMO would be good for me, so yeah, I think I would enjoy it, but not as much as I would enjoy other MMOs that I still want to play, which is a long list. Final Fantasy XIV is one I'll pick up soon, but there's so many others that I want to get into, but I just won't have the time for them. Black Desert Online, I did start the game, but I never continued past that first playthrough, which was like literally one stream. How long was it? 3 hours? And that's it. And Guild Wars 2, the first Guild Wars for that matter. Arc Age. What else? EverQuest, maybe EverQuest 2. I've heard bad things about EverQuest 2 though. Ooh, Breaker Queen, hello. An elite enemy right there, but we're not gonna fight that one. Let's not take more unnecessary time out. I see the sickle fly. Harvest fly, does it still count? Yes, it does. That's like your main MMO, really. I heard it's very grindy, or one of those two is very grindy. Oh yeah, and I think one of them is on mobile too, so that's interesting to hear. That might persuade me to play it. Sense of the convenience, right? And because of the graphics, it kind of feels like it wouldn't demand too much out of my cell phone. There's this other game I was into. Well, I'm still into it, I just haven't had time to play it in a long time. Again, the problem I was talking about, right? Having the time for all these. Which is called Adventure Quest 3D. And it's very big on mobile. It's very optimized for mobile. In fact, it's mobile first and PC second, but it's still very good for PC. At least in my opinion. But man, it's very demanding on a cell phone. And I think if I played it on mine, it would just drain the battery in a matter of minutes. Oh, both versions of RuneScape are on mobile now. Okay. So yeah, that would be it. They would have the convenience of mobile there. Another harvest fly right here. Let's go immediately into combat. Let me see what this skill is. It does deal light damage, so that works out. A lot of skills for the Warden class really do give more damage over time. Since Weaver mentioned it, I'm looking more into it now. That's good. So that's another thing about the Warden class then. Speaking of damage over time, I gotta heal myself of these debuffs and pay attention to my health because it's dropping. It's already like nearly halfway there. Let me recover a little bit. It's basically endless grind if you want it to be that. Yeah. From what I've seen and heard, I think it's like that. I mean, any MMO is like that if you want it to be like that. But RuneScape has a more unique way and reputation for that, I think. But correct me if I'm wrong. Speaking of the Warden class, let me see. Do I have any points now for the tree? The trait tree. I was just working on this one here. Careful shield work. I'm not even gonna look deep into this and just put the point. And that's it. That's all we needed. Now we're told to Gaitha, Beat Brush, and Gamwich. It's a little bit far away, but we can make it. Just, I'm going to ignore these fights. Whoa, I've aggroed like 3 enemies. Gotta be careful here. I'm gonna receive damage from this. Oh, and they got the anti-exploit. Nice. Well, one of them did, at least. I got the fall debuff. Gonna make it harder to run away from this fight. But yeah, they were too far away. That works out. I have like spent like 2 years of my life playing RuneScape, and I could go for another 10. Go for it. Sounds like a great time. As long as you had a great time on it. I don't even know how much time I have in LOTRO right now. The thing about checking your playtime in LOTRO is that it's one of those games in which you have to check it per character. How much do I have in with Machai, actually? I have 2 weeks, 1 day, 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 9 seconds. More than 9 seconds now, right? But we can round it up to 2 weeks and 1 day. 2 weeks of playtime with her. And she's a new character, all things considered. I don't know what my longest playtime is. Probably Bolston, who is what I would call my main character. Let me mount up, actually, before I forget. Playtime as in being online. You're kind of sick of it, love it and hate it at the same time. Yeah, that's alright. Step away if you have to. But I mean, those 2 years you've spent in there, you had a good time during that time. At least as long as you did, that's a good thing. Sounds fantastic. Spend your time in that game. I don't know what the most played game of my life has ever been. It's probably the GameCube Animal Crossing, but I have no way to measure that. Another big contender is this game. Another big contender is Sid Meier's Civilization 5, which is currently sitting at over 800 hours. I'm currently running a campaign as a ℂ𝕠𝕟𝕤. It's going kind of okay. It's going kind of difficult to say if it's going well. It's going better than I expected, but it's not going that well because I'm going for a domination victory and I started too late for that. But I'm having a great time with it. Sparta, a civilization in that game, a modded civilization like the ℂ𝕠𝕠𝕠, is huge on domination, so they are a huge contender that is going to be very challenging for me to beat and capture their capital. But that's another story.
Hello?
You have returned from the hunt. As I am a hobbit of my word, I say you are now an honorary hunter of Gamewitch. However, Gaitha appears at you slightly. You are not the best hunter of game in Yondershire, for that title belongs to me. If you wish to become my equal, you will have to track down the most elusive and dangerous creatures in this land. Do this, and perhaps we will stand on equal footing, the finest game hunters in Yondershire. I will at least be impressed. Well, take a look at this. They want me to defeat 5 elite enemies, and we already defeated one of them, actually. I believe it was Nightfell. I like the look of this. Ha! Well, there you go. I was gonna have to fight them one way or another. I didn't actually expect a quest involving them. Makes sense, though. Makes sense. And I'm all for it. Let's go. But right now, I want to focus on another quest. Let's see, where are we now? Delayed response. Find Clotilde's house in Gamewitch. Let's do this one. Let's take a break from the slaying for a moment. And do some other things. Clotilde, what happened with her? Yes, I would like to see what happened with the poor lady. Clotilde's house in Gamewitch. What is this? I thought this was the one for sure. Like that hobbit is upset because Clotilde is not home or something. The house is completely still and silent. Knock knock. That's very loud. No response. That is so loud. It feels like somebody's knocking on my door IRL. One more knock then. From within the house, someone shouts, "Go away!" Clotilde popped. Oh, I'm sorry for being so rude. I thought you were one of my horrible neighbors. I heard them knock on my front door at all hours of the day. The nerve! Ah, so that's what the annoying neighbor was about. Ever since I shared my family's special coney stew with my neighbors, they haven't stopped trying to hound me for the recipe. As much as I'd love to have tea at Lassa's house, I'm afraid to take a single step outside. Unless you could tell my neighbors off for me? A few sharp words will make them less eager to harass me so. Yes, I think hearing words from somebody that has a bunch of spears and javelins on her back, as well as a shield, will make them think twice. Oh, I'm too far away to be hurt? Wait, what? What am I supposed to do? From here? Oh, I scold her? I don't understand. I have to use the emote, but then I become too far away? There we go. Fine. What is this quest ring? Another bothersome neighbor? Well, well, well. You little rascal. Have some decency. He says nothing. You absolute maniacs. Let me talk to you, okay? This is more trouble than it's worth. Another bothersome neighbor. Bother, bother. Bother, 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 bother. Let's go bother Snape. Bother, 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 bother. Reminds me of that Potter Puppet Balls thing. If you know what I'm referencing, kudos to you. Bother, 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 bother. How rude. Right back at ya, you maniac. One of the times in which I don't say maniac affectionately, you see? You don't? That's alright. Potter Puppet Balls is what it sounds like. It's a bunch of hand puppets used for Harry Potter. I recommend you searching it on YouTube. It's better than any explanation I will give it. Bothering Snape. Harry and Ron bothering Snape right there. Something like that. I didn't want that blasted recipe anyway. And the most famous one they have is the mysterious ticking noise, which is great. It's worth your time. Okay, okay, I give up, he says. I think I've helped you out, Clotilde. Sorry you were in such a dreadful situation. Finally, some peace and quiet. Would you mind letting Lassa know that I'll be arriving shortly? Sure thing. Let's get back to Lassa in Tyfield. Do we have the stable master? Let's find the stable master around here, and that will be a better way to get back. Hopefully I did synchronize the stable master in Tyfield. I don't remember if I did. And we'll go over there before we get back to the slaying. Actually, we're not going to do the slaying today. I'm going to leave that for a future stream. The next stream, really. Probably the next one. Wow, none of these routes are available to me. That sucks. Well, may not be that far away. But let me see. Yeah, Tyfield is over there. It's not that far away. I can make it on my own just fine. Wait, my milestone is on no bottle. That's not really any nearer or any further away, but let me see if the stable master there is any better. The Metal Alert Uber. I don't think I'm able to figure out where you're from by your accent. No, you won't, because I'm from multiple dimensions at once, Red Ace. I am from many places at once. That's the thing with me. That's the thing with me. That's part of my nature, my friend. That's part of my origin, of my nature as a sentient star cluster. All the stars are sentient, really, but I have to specify that I'm a sentient star cluster, just to be specific. Another reason why my accent itself is multidimensional too, I guess. There's that. But and I know I'm not the only one that has an accent like that. This is that sort of situation. Man, it sucks that the stable master routes themselves are not open. I wonder why though. Like, I did synchronize them as far as I know. Oh, I didn't check your message there. Only strategy game I play is Heroes of Might and Magic 3. As a game made in 1998, it has insanely high numbers on Twitch. Really? I'm glad to hear that. When people play it, do they play it like... Is there a multiplayer for that? When it comes to those strategy games like Sid Meier's Civilization, I am 100% a single player. I barely ever touch, if ever, the multiplayer. It has multiplayer? Yeah, I wouldn't be... If I ever stream a game like that, I wouldn't ever be streaming the multiplayer. So I might be different than the other content creators that are doing it. Other than that, you probably played every MMO under the sun. Let's go. Except this one, perhaps, from what you told me. Well, you already got all the good reasons why it's a good game for you. So if you pick it up, I hope you have a good time with it. It sounds like you will. And let us know. Let us know. You'll try it? Great. Great to hear. Yes, they're gonna have some tea together. Look at that. Look at that table there. Who wouldn't have to have some tea right here? Look at this. Look at this. This makes for a good screenshot too. I would love to sit down with you and have some pie and have some tea. My favorite combination of things in the world. I love pie nearly as much as I love tea.
Good day.
Thank goodness our tea can continue as planned. But don't tell me what happened to ℂ𝕠𝕟. I'm sure she'll want to retell that story herself. Very well. It's an amusing little story. Haha. And I think I got a reputation increase right here. So now I have a title. ℂ𝕠𝕟 Sterling, friend of the Yonderwatch. Wonderful. Wonderful. What in your homie if he wants to play together? Oh, that would be great if you play together with people. Yeah. You get a superstar squad going on there. I am not a JoJo fan at all. I haven't really watched anything JoJo related. So yeah, no, not really something I'm into. Maybe one day I'll watch it or read it. But not anytime soon, I think. I've seen so many memes about it though. Dio. Especially Dio. And I did play a little bit of the fighting game some years ago. They had a fighting game, I believe, for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I mean, the whole thing is, well, as the name implies, bizarre. It looks very bizarre and as such catches my attention, right? That's the reason why it looks interesting to me. I'm sure I'm not alone in that interest. With that, I think it's a good stopping point to wrap things up right there as we get ℂ𝕠𝕟 back for tea. A wonderful thing to do, right? To go for some tea with some people. Now let's go for a raid, for an invasion from another dimension. First of all though, thank you so much everybody for being here for the stream today. Mistweaver, thank you for the sub. Lyran, Erurin, thank you for the raids. And thank you everybody else for your follows, if you followed today, if you lurked, if you did anything. For the rest of this week, for tomorrow, we have the first ever Final Fantasy Friday with Final Fantasy XI, which you have already played, right? So look forward to that. I'm having a great time in that MMO so far. Hopefully we have some other superstars join us for a superstar squad in the game. If not, there's the trust system to do the superstar squad, right? And then a Fortnite special, which I think I should modify this graphic because I've already confirmed it's going to start at the regular start time. 14 GMT minus 5, like all the other streams you see right here. I'm gonna have Grave, Paladin, and Harmony with me, actually. We're just looking for a 4th member to join us because we haven't been able to find one. But well, that's gonna be for Saturday. I will probably make an announcement soon on Twitter to confirm everything fully. But for now, let's see who we can raid. Oh yes, I think I knew who we were gonna raid. I talked about Final Fantasy XI, but we're gonna raid somebody that's playing Final Fantasy XIV online right now. Erurin recommended her to me, so let's raid her. I haven't spoken in her stream yet, but I think a raid for her will be good. So if you want to participate in the raid, copy and paste either version of the invasion from another dimension right there. As for me, everyone, this is gonna be it for me today. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow for some Final Fantasy XI action at the same stream start time. Thank you so much again, everyone. It was such a lovely time. Whichever way I see you from now on, I will see you round. See you round.